Chapter 635. Renew the covenant for another 10 years. It is said that Daionia is about to occupy the Apulia region of Italy. Give it another 10 years, and I'm afraid the entire Italian peninsula will belong to Daionia. Predicuba stood up and warned loudly, "Everyone, we have to understand that there are only two powerful countries in the Western Mediterranean, Carthage and Daionia. Making Daionia stronger is not good for Carthage. Is Apulia as big as Namibia? Occupy the entire Italian peninsula?" Ecredon sneered. "Not to mention our ally Rome in central Italy and the fierce Celts in the north. Even if Daionia can occupy the entire Italian peninsula in the future, we have already completely occupied Namibia. I'm afraid we have also completely controlled Mauritania and Nubia. Is a small Italian peninsula as big as Namibia and Mauritania?" Just as the two sides were arguing endlessly, Ediruba stood up. The leader of the neutral faction was highly respected. The noise in the hall quieted down a lot. He then said in a sincere and heartfelt tone, "Everyone, don't forget the purpose for which our Carthage city was established. Hundreds of years ago, our ancestors came to the Western Mediterranean, not to occupy more land, nor to fight for hegemony in the Mediterranean, but for trade to obtain the resources of gold, silver, and other metal minerals in Iberia and Sardinia to meet the needs of our mother state. Today, the trade between Carthage and other Phoenician city-states in the Western Mediterranean is far more than just those minerals. But sea trade has become the nature of every Carthage person. It is the reason why Carthage city continues to grow and why our mother state Tyre and Sidon can live more freely under the rule of Persia. War is the natural enemy of trade. It will consume our resources, take away our customers, and make the market depressed. What benefits did the series of wars in Sicily bring to Carthage over the past decade? No benefits, only death and decline. If everyone here has forgotten the tragic past of more than a decade ago, please go to the cemetery outside the city, and you will know how much the people hate war. Peace. Carthage needed peace. Only with peace could Carthage prosper. Therefore, I suggest that we continue to form an alliance with Daionia. This way, Carthage will continue to own the trade market in the Western Mediterranean Sea, and Carthage will develop even faster." Ediruba's impassioned speech was echoed by many elders. Hanno applauded, but he didn't think much of it. Unlike the concept of developing sea trade and living in peace with Daionia, advocated by Ediruba, he was actually wary of Daionia. Daionia's extensive alliances in Sicily and its northward expansion in the Italian peninsula all showed the ambition of this Greek kingdom. In fact, in order to slow down the expansion of Daionia, the Senate's agreement to support Tannic and increase their support for Rome were all secretly pushed by him. It was just that Carthage's rule in Namibia was not yet stable, and the Senate's intention to attack Mauritania during this period was also proposed by him many times. He hoped to gain more land and manpower, so that the influence of the Senate of Carthage could cover the land on the Iberian Peninsula controlled by the Maganid family, both at sea and on land. When the internal troubles were resolved and the army was strong, he was happy to compete with Daionia to wash away the nickname of coward that Maganid slandered him and push the prestige of the Hanno family in Carthage, and even in the Western Mediterranean, to a new height. At this moment, taking the opportunity of Ediruba's speech, he immediately expressed his support. With the push of the Hanoverian and neutral elders, the Tannic tribe was abandoned, and the renewal of the alliance between Carthage and Daionia was put on the agenda. A few days later, in the royal palace of Turiae, in the war room next to the king's office, the Devers and several ministers of the Ministry of Military Affairs were discussing the recent war. These military ministers were the Minister of Military Affairs, Hilos. He was responsible for managing and coordinating the various departments under the Ministry of Military Affairs. At the same time, he had the right to assess and recommend soldiers and team officers for promotion. The military training chief Hieronymus under the Ministry of Military Affairs. A few years ago, the Devers had proposed several times to transfer him to the position of chief executive of a city but he refused. The taciturn former mercenary leader had been in this position for more than 10 years and had made great contributions to the military construction of the Kingdom of Dionia, the military supplies chief capus under the Ministry of Military Affairs. He took up this position again 4 years ago. The current 2 wars in Dionia were able to proceed smoothly because of his full support. The General Staff Department under the Ministry of Military Affairs, Felicius. The General Staff Department was a new department ordered by the Devers 6 years ago. Its role was to collect intelligence on the surrounding forces, make strategic plans for the expansion of the Kingdom of Dionia, carry out specific war deductions, and provide effective advice to the king. At the same time, it was also a school to train young officers in strategic thinking. In today's 10 Corps, the adjutants of the Corps commanders were basically trained in the General Staff Department. Since the war in southern Italy, Felicius had been criticized in the Senate and the Ministry of Military Affairs. Many people thought that he had made some command mistakes in the Battle of the Ramato River, which led to the heavy losses of the 4th and 5th Legions and even Draco's tragic death. Divers had no choice but to transfer him to this new department. This was to protect him and allow him to utilize his rich experience. At the same time, it was to avoid his lack of charisma and his inability to become an outstanding commander. In addition, there was also Tormid in the room. He was also in the General Staff Department, serving as the Deputy General Staff to assist Felicius. However, he was more active, often going to the other Ministry of Military Affairs to learn about military training, military supplies, and the specific situation of the various legions, providing detailed data for the General Staff Department to formulate combat plans. At the same time, Tormid also served as the King of Devers' herald on the battlefield, and he often came to the palace to report to the Devers. Therefore, although he was not a senior member, no one in the Ministry of Military Affairs dared to underestimate him. In the center of the war room was a huge sand table, showing the mountains, rivers, plains, and hills of Sicily and southern Italy. A few years ago, the most outstanding craftsmen of Dionia, organized by the Devers, took more than half a year to create such a 3-dimensional and relatively accurate sand table map using clay, sand, and stones, according to the detailed map provided by the Ministry of Military Affairs. Back then, when the officials of the Ministry of Military Affairs saw it for the first time, they exclaimed, "This is another amazing work of the King of Devers!" This military sand table was regarded as the kingdom's treasure by the Ministry of Military Affairs, and only the important ministers of the kingdom could see it. "Your Majesty, the battle report for Sicily just arrived this morning. After Persosus occupied Herna, he took advantage of the time before the Sicera rebels arrived to repair the city's defenses." Felicius pointed at the model of Herna's town on the sand table with a long wooden stick and continued, "After another rebel town was quickly conquered, the Tannic leader Arcones must have gathered tens of thousands of soldiers to attack Herna, and they must have been panicking. They only attacked Herna with full force for a day, then stopped, but stayed in their camp for 2 days." Felicius pointed at the model of Herberta's town on the sand table with a long wooden stick and continued, "After another rebel town was quickly conquered, Arcones, the leader of the Tenian army, must have felt a sense of panic. They only attacked Herberta for 1 day before stopping. However, they stayed in their camp for 2 days. The Sicilian rebel army began to retreat to Enna, and in the process, some tribes left Arcones' army and ran to Aegilian, asking to surrender. In the battle report, Persosus said that he is ready to attack Enna while the Sicera rebel army is unstable. The Sicilian rebel army began to retreat to Enna, and in the process, some tribes left Arcones' army and ran to Aegilian, asking to surrender. In the battle report, Persosus said that he is ready to take advantage of the Sicera rebel army's unstable morale to immediately lead the army to attack Enna. Perhaps as I speak, the 8th Legion has already begun to attack Enna. The Devers stared at the city of Enna in the center of Sicily and thought for a moment. He then looked up and asked, "What do you think?" "I was originally worried that Persosus the commander of this attack on the Sycorae, would not be able to bear the heavy responsibility. I did not expect his performance to be so outstanding. Your Majesty, you have the best foresight. Helos was the first to praise. Capys also praised. That's right, this Prososis is indeed amazing. Before the Senate's declaration of war reached Cadani, he decisively led the army to attack Henna, completely out of the enemy's expectations. Then he used Henna to attract the enemy's troops and led the main force to attack Hebeda. The successive victories have caused the enemy to panic, and the other Psykir tribes have also been intimidated. Acones' forces are constantly dwindling, while the 8th Legion's forces are constantly increasing. Acones no longer has the advantage of numbers and terrain, and there's no longer any suspense in this war. It'll probably be over soon. Decisive, swift, mobilizing the enemy, and attacking the enemy's weak points. Prososis has fully utilized the military principles of the Dionia military law. He is indeed an excellent commander. We are all old. Felicius let out a long sigh. He could not help but think of the war 10 years ago that he could not bear to look back on. When Hieronymus heard this, his eyes suddenly brightened, but he did not speak. Chapter 636. These were not words that went against his heart. The military training department's strict military training ensured that the soldiers of the 8th Legion could march quickly and attack a city quickly. The military logistics department's preparation of food and materials before the war allowed the 8th Legion to have no worries. The General Staff Department's intelligence on the various tribes and towns of Sycorae allowed Prososis to know himself and the enemy well. With Tormid acting as a lubricant, the Devers did not have to worry about the disappointment of the ministers from the Ministry of Military Affairs. He turned his gaze to Enna and asked, "How many days do you think the 8th Legion will need to take Enna?" Felicius thought for a moment and said, "Even though Enna is located in the Sicilian mountains and is considered a large city among the Sycorae people, it is not built on a mountain. Instead, it is built in a flat valley. Its walls are not made of stone, but wood. Hence, the 8th Legion's engineering department only needs to build a dozen ballistae and siege towers to take down the city. I estimate that it will take no more than 6 days." 6 days! The Devers turned to Capys and said, "If that is the case, the war in Sicily will end within a month. The military logistics department will not need to organize more people to transport supplies. Your Majesty, this is only the estimated time. I am afraid that the 8th Legion will need to stay in these conquered towns for a while to stabilize the situation. We will wait for the Senate to elect a governor and the committee to appoint an official to take over. Hence, the 8th Legion will need to stay in the Sycorae region for a long time. The food provided now will not be enough," Capys reminded him in a roundabout way. "Capys, you are wrong. After the 8th Legion and its subordinates annihilated the Taninian tribe and the other tribes that were at odds with Dionia, we ordered them to give up their occupation of Capharoidian, Enna, and the other cities and support the friendly Sycorae tribe." The Devers slowly revealed his plan. "We will only occupy Hera and Hebeda so that we can directly influence and strengthen our relationship with the Sycorae tribe." In this way, Hera and Hebeda were close to Cadani and Naxos, so the 8th Legion did not have to deploy too many soldiers to guard them. Thus, they did not have to consume as much food. After listening, Capys heaved a sigh of relief. Helos, however, asked, "Did His Majesty order the 8th Legion to abandon Cephaloid and Enna because he was worried about Carthage?" Devers applauded Helos's keen political sense in his heart. An excellent military minister not only had to be proficient in military affairs, but he also had to have a good political view in order to control the development of the war. Therefore, he explained seriously, "Yes, I am indeed worried about Carthage. Although the envoy of Carthage came to Turiae yesterday and expressed to us that Carthage is willing to renew the alliance, we should not be too careless. Although the attention of the people of Carthage is currently focused on Namibia and Iberia, Our rapid expansion in Sicily will also arouse their disgust and vigilance, which will affect the relationship between the two countries. At this stage, maintaining a friendly relationship with Carthage will be beneficial to the stability of the southern part of the kingdom. It will also be beneficial to our maritime trade. Once our relationship with Carthage deteriorates, I am afraid that the first ones to protest will be Mercis and Marigi. When divers said this, the few of them smiled to varying degrees. Moreover, the Sycover people are different from the fierce Simonians. They are deeply influenced by Greek culture and are willing to interact with the Greeks. Therefore, as long as we continue to exert more influence on them, the Sycover people will eventually become a member of the kingdom, so there is no need for us to be anxious. His Majesty is right. Becoming enemies with Carthage will only affect our northern expansion strategy. Tormid immediately agreed. Yes, the northern part of the kingdom is our main focus. Devers took over and changed the topic. How is the war in Downey progressing? Do you think we can end this war before the end of the year? Your Majesty, Military Minister Helos had already considered this question. He replied, Commander Alexis has already led the 2nd, 4th, and 5th legions to surround the central city of Downey, Lusnia. Originally, he planned to use the siege to attract the troops of the surrounding Downey towns to send out reinforcements, and then defeat the remaining forces of the Downey people in the field. However, the Downey people did not come to help, so Alexis has decided to focus all his forces on attacking Lusnia city. Once Lusnia city is breached, I'm afraid the Downey people will lose all their fighting spirit, and there may even be a situation where they will surrender. At this point, Helos hesitated. But Lusnia city's walls are high and thick. If Alexis wants to breach it, he will have to use all his strength to achieve his goal. If Downey's reinforcements arrive at a critical moment, not only will it disrupt the siege, but it may also cause the entire army to collapse, Devers said calmly. So Alexis needs reinforcements. Yes, Your Majesty. Everything is under your control, Helos replied sincerely. Devers smiled and looked around. The war in Downey cannot be dragged on for too long. Which legion do you think is suitable? The 2nd Legion. Most of the soldiers of this legion are in Turin, so it will be easier to gather them, and they will be closer to the battlefield, Capys suggested. Right now, the finals of the football tournament are taking place. Some of the soldiers and officers of the 2nd Legion are participating in the tournament. If we send them to the battlefield now, it will be too much of a commotion. I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary panic among the citizens. Helos expressed his concern. The legion closest to the battlefield should be the 10th Legion. We can send this legion to support Downey's troops, Hieronymus said. But the 10th Legion is the last legion to be formed. Almost all of its soldiers are Pichetti. I'm afraid. Tormid objected. Downey is now a citizen of Dionia, Divers reminded him, before turning to Hieronymus. How's the training of the 10th Legion going? Can they fight the enemy? No problem, they can. Military training officer Hieronymus said concisely. If that's the case, Devers rubbed his chin and thought for a while. He said decisively, send the 9th and 10th Legions over. It's the easiest way to create a sense of belonging in a war. If Bagul could do it back then, the 9th and 10th Legions should be able to do it too. With these 2 legions, Alexis will have enough troops to carry out his plan. However, this will greatly increase the demand for food. Don't worry, Your Majesty. The military department will take care of this problem, Kappa said. Good. Devers nodded and said to Felicius, I remember the commander of the 10th Legion is Melisande, right? Yes, Felicius replied softly. Your son has great military talent. I look forward to his performance on the battlefield in Downey, Devers said with a smile. Felicius had kept quiet to avoid suspicion, but now he could only agree. We were still mercenaries in Asia Minor when Melisande was the commander. In order to fill our stomachs, we had to accept the employer's request and participate in some dangerous battles. If it wasn't for your majesty, we wouldn't have such a life today. Tormid's words resonated with the other military leaders. Dever smiled and did not participate in this topic. He looked back at the wooden model of Lusnia in the center of Downey's territory and reached out to touch it. He said, "Let's end today's military meeting here. It's still early, so I won't keep you for lunch." After Devers finished speaking, he realized that the war room had suddenly become quiet. The few of them looked at each other with strange expressions. "Is there anything else?" Devers asked hurriedly. Finally, Hilo said, "Your Majesty, about Lord Antonio's, we would like to plead for him." "Your Majesty, Laodigian is a daring fellow. He often goes to Antonio's for help. You know that Antonio's is a person who values friendship. Laodigian did his best to help him in the southern Italian war, but he is also his father-in-law. Sometimes he really can't refuse. This time, he has already been punished. I hope your Majesty can give him a chance to change." With Hilo speaking first, Felicius also took the opportunity to speak earnestly. Devers finally understood. He glanced at the expectant faces and asked calmly, "Did Antonio's ask you to say this?" "How is that possible?" Tormid quickly shouted. "With Antonio's arrogant personality, how could he come to us one by one? It's because we felt that he was a good comrade who fought alongside us in Persia, that's why." "I understand," Devers said calmly. Having been in a high position for more than 10 years, the Deverses' aura had changed and their bodies had been nourished. Even though they were calm, Felicius and the others still felt a lot of pressure. They tactfully stopped talking. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Devers said. Helos and the others who felt the pressure secretly let out a sigh of relief. The royal herald, Aristyres, walked into the room and handed a papyrus scroll to Devers. After the Devers finished reading it, he saw that the people beside him deliberately looked away to avoid arousing suspicion. He smiled and said, "Sparta has sent Eudamidas to lead a vanguard to the Chalcidic half-island." "Who is Eudamidas?" Felicius asked curiously. Chapter 637. "Oh, it's that cunning Phoebidas." The military ministers were most familiar with the Sparta people. Other than Cleisthenes, who had come to Thurii many times for negotiations, Phoebidas was probably the only other person who was familiar with Sparta. However, in the hearts of the people of Dionia, his image could be said to be infamous. Not only did he participate in and command Syracuse's invasion of Dionia during the war in southern Italy, but he also plotted the massacre of Dionysius's family. Although the people of Dionia hated Dionysius, Phoebidas's betrayal and deceit made them feel very disdainful. "Your Majesty, what is Phoebidas doing?" Tormid asked curiously. "He has just been appointed by the Sparta Elder Council as the commander of the expedition against the Chalcidic alliance," the Devers said. At this moment, Phoebidas, who was constantly mentioned by the military ministers of Dionia, was leading a large group of people through the Isthmus of Corinth. His mission was to lead the main force of Sparta to the Chalcidic half-island, help Macedon regain its lost land, defeat Olympus, and break up the Chalcidic alliance. This was an extremely important mission. Originally, Phoebidas was not supposed to be assigned to it, although the Elder Council had given the order to trap and kill Dionysius. Some of the Sparta elders were still disgusted with Phoebidas, who had carried out the assassination mission, and objected to letting him lead the army. It was only because of Agesilaus' insistence that Phoebidas was appointed to lead the army. The army was about to enter the Boeotia region. At this time, Phoebidas repeatedly reminded the team officers of all levels to be vigilant and to march cautiously. After the end of the Corinth War, the Thebes were the last city-state to accept the king's peace treaty. After being forced to break up the Boeotia alliance that the Thebes had been working hard for, the Thebes must have been very dissatisfied with Sparta's attitude. Although the Thebes had not done anything provocative to Sparta in the past few years, Phoebidas did not dare to let his guard down, lest he betrayed Agesilaus' trust. After the Sparta army passed through the ruins of Praetia, they were approaching the territory of Thebes. Seeing that it was getting late, Phoebidas ordered the troops to set up camp on the spot. Just as the soldiers began to get busy, a secretive person came from the territory of Thebes and insisted on meeting Phoebidas. When the guards led him into the tent, he bowed respectfully to Phoebidas and said, "Dear General Phoebidas, I am Leontiada's trusted slave." Of course, Phoebidas knew who Leontiades was. The Thebes hated Sparta, but not all of them. Just like the citizens of Athens and Corinth had pro-Sparta factions, so did the Thebes. It was because of their promotion in the country that the Thebes finally accepted the king's peace treaty. And because Sparta had grown in power in recent years, the Thebes had no choice but to put the pro-Sparta faction, which had been suppressed in order not to provoke it, to show that the Thebes were friendly to Sparta. Leontiades was the leader of the pro-Sparta faction, and he was also one of the military archons of the Thebes this year. The Thebes also had a dual archon system. After confirming the silver mask of Persia that Aetolaus had given to Leontiades half a year ago, Phoebidas's serious expression softened. He asked, "What did Leontiades send you to tell me?" The slave did not speak, only glancing back and forth between the guards on both sides. Phoebidas understood, but said loudly, "They are the brave warriors of Sparta, my good comrades. There is nothing to keep secret." Hearing Phoebidas's words, the slave had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "General, my master would like to invite you to lead your troops to attack the Thebes citadel." It turned out that although Leontiades was elected as archon, the majority of the council and the citizens' assembly were anti-Sparta factions, and his power was greatly restricted. In fact, he had become a mere decoration. The proud and arrogant Leontiades felt humiliated, and secretly made up his mind to change this awkward political situation. At this time, he saw a large army of Sparta approaching. 2 days later, it happened to be Mother's Day of the Thebes, which was the celebration day of Demeter. The citadel would be undefended, and the women would celebrate the festival. On the day of Mother's Day of the Thebes, the women of the city who had been busy with household chores could celebrate it in the citadel's temple, because they were required to stay at home all year round. On this day, they would be free to do some unrestrained things, so the men of the city had to avoid it. This custom was similar to Bacchanalia. Therefore, he made a risky decision to unite with the Sparta people, attack the citadel of Thebes, arrest the anti-Sparta faction, and completely control the power of Thebes. After listening to the detailed description of the slave, Phoebidas was surprised and also tempted. While he was deep in thought, the adjutant of Sparta next to him could not help but say, "Phoebidas, the mission given to us by the Council of Elders is to go to Chalgetic and attack Olympus, not to attack the Thebes without the permission of the Council of Elders and start a new war." When the slave heard this, he looked at the leader of the Sparta army anxiously. If it was an ordinary general of Sparta, he might have strictly followed the instructions of the Council of Elders and not caused any trouble. However, Phoebidas was different. He was originally bold. But during the days he spent with Dionysius during the war in southern Italy, he had learned more about the cunning and viciousness of people who would use any means to achieve their goals. So he said in a low voice, "After the war of Peloponnesus, the army of Sparta can freely enter and leave central Greece. After the last war, we had to obtain the consent of several important city-states in central Greece in advance. Otherwise, we could only go to northern Greece by ship. Do you know why?" The adjutant named Solax said without hesitation, "Because Athens, Thebes, these city-states in central Greece are against us. So you see, Sparta is blocked by Athens and Thebes in the peninsula of Peloponnesus. They can't move freely. We need to make the Thebes an ally of Sparta again. This is far more important than attacking Chalgetica, which is thousands of miles away. Now we are close to the territory of the Thebes, and the Thebes are about to hold a celebration. Obviously, they think that we will lead the army to northern Greece, so they have completely let down their guard. If we miss this great opportunity, we will regret it," Phoebidas said in a low voice, clenching his fists, his eyes shining with greed. Thebes was located on the plains south of Lake Jericho. Its city was right on the main road leading to western central Greece and northern Greece. Both the east and west sides were mountains that stretched 300 to 400 meters above sea level. Although it was not too difficult to travel, it was far more convenient to pass through Thebes. Thebes relied on the fertility of the plains south of Lake Jericho to prosper in trade, making it one of the largest states in Greece. Thebes's Acropolis was built on a cobbled-shaped highland called Cadmea. It was considered one of the best city of David among the city-states in central Greece. However, due to the limitations of the terrain, the city of Thebes was a rectangular shape, long from north to south and narrow from east to west. The Acropolis was almost next to the eastern city wall near the mountains. On the day of Mother Earth Day, Phoebides first led a part of his troops to quietly lurk in the mountains east of Thebes. When Leontiades used his authority as an archon to transfer the guards at the east gate, Phoebides led his troops in and quickly occupied the undefended Acropolis. The Council of Thebes, which was made up of nobles, was threatened and blocked by the refugees hired by Leontiades. They could not summon the citizens in time to resist. The pro-Sparta faction had already formed an armed force to attack the south gate of Thebes. They opened the gate and let in the remaining Sparta troops. They led them to hunt and kill anti-Sparta people in the city. Screams were heard everywhere in the city. It was chaos! When Sparta attacked the city of Thebes, Pelopidas was attending a banquet hosted by Charon at his home. Charon was a famous, wealthy merchant in Thebes city. He was forthright and had many friends. He used the excuse of the women are having a party in the temple on Mother's Day, so we men shouldn't mistreat ourselves, to invite many friends to his house. Epaminondas was not on the invitation list. He was already 37 years old and had always been obsessed with learning. He rarely took the initiative to participate in political affairs and did not like to make friends. He was not well known in Thebes. However, Pelopidas was his best friend. He forced him to attend the banquet. At the banquet, Epaminondas deliberately sat in the corner, quietly tasting the food and listening to the conversation of the other guests. Pelopidas was the most eye-catching. He was energetic, sharp, quick-witted, and knowledgeable. Moreover, he had been actively involved in politics since he was an adult. Although he was still young, he had already held an important position in the city. He was also the most active member of the anti-Sparta faction. Therefore, many people surrounded him and felt proud to talk to him. In the middle of the banquet, one of their friends barged in and told them that Sparta had attacked the city and were hunting down those who were pro-Sparta. This shocking news caused chaos in the banquet. Pelopidas was the first to react. He shouted, "We must quickly gather the citizens and drive the Sparta out. Who is going with me?" But no one came out to respond. Chapter 638. I will never surrender to the Sparta, even if it means death. Pelopidas' face was filled with grief and indignation. Epaminondas still maintained a calm expression and gently advised again, "Calm down, my dear friend. Your sacrifice will not benefit the Thebes. What you should do now is to quickly find the anti-Sparta citizens who have not been arrested and lead them out of the city of Thebes. You want me to run away like a coward?" Pelopidas looked at Epaminondas in disbelief as if he did not know him. Epaminondas looked sincere and said in a deep voice, "During the reign of the 30 tyrants of Athens, Ceresibulus escaped from Athens. Later, he led the rebels to launch many attacks and finally liberated the city of Athens. I hope you can become someone like him." One must know that Ceresibulus had led the exiles to hide in the territory of the Thebes. It was the Thebes that provided them with refuge and support, so his deeds were widely known in the Thebes. Pelopidas fell into deep thought. Charon and his other friends also came to persuade him. Pelopidas finally made up his mind. "Okay, I will go to Athens." His friends bid farewell to him, and Charon gave him a package filled with gold and silver. Pelopidas hurriedly embarked on the road of escape, but he swore to the gods that he would return to the Thebes. The people of Sparta who had just left. After Pelopidas left, Everyone focused their attention on Epaminonda. When the bad news came and everyone panicked, Epaminonda was able to remain calm and even persuaded the stubborn Peropidas to leave. This made Sharon and the others look at this ordinary-looking man in a new light, and they insisted that he stay at home. When the riots in the city subsided, Epaminonda immediately left. Walking in the city that was originally extremely lively due to the festival, but now had very few people, he saw the shocking pools of blood on the streets from time to time. He was also interrogated by the rude and unreasonable Sparta patrols. Epaminonda, who had always been kind to others, was burning with anger. On this day, Sparta's raid on Thebes was carried out perfectly. Phoebidas had taken complete control of the city of Thebes. This incident also shocked the other city-states in Greece. Sparta attacked a city-state that was not hostile to them without a declaration of war. This was a clear violation of Greek tradition and the king's contract, which made them feel extremely uneasy. Athens, Corinth, Megara, Argos, and other city-states all sent messengers to Sparta to question it and ask it to withdraw its troops stationed in Thebes. The Sparta Elder Council fell into a passive position for a while. Some elders scolded Phoebidas for being reckless, but more elders were very satisfied with the success of Phoebidas's raid on Thebes, especially Archelaus, who declared that Phoebidas had established a pro-Sparta government in Thebes. This was a great victory. Even during the Peloponnesus War and after victory, Lysander had not been able to make Thebes completely lean towards Sparta, but Phoebidas had done it. He was amazing, but in order to appease the other city-states and appease their anger, they still had to put on a show. Therefore, the Elder Council made a decision. Phoebidas had misbehaved, and he would be fined 100,000 drachmas. In fact, Phoebidas did not even have to pay the money. He would also be transferred back to Sparta to reflect on his actions. However, the reason why Phoebidas attacked Thebes was because someone had accused another military governor of Thebes, Ismailas, of colluding with Persia. As one of the leaders of the Sparta Thebes, Ismailas was arrested by Sparta on the day the city was breached. Therefore, Sparta put the crime on him and announced that they would organize a jury to try the matter. Sparta wanted to try a governor of Thebes for colluding with Persia. This was ridiculous. Wasn't Sparta the biggest lackey of Persia? The native Greek people who were secretly cursing Sparta's overbearing looked at the composition of the jury again. Other than Sparta, it was the citizens of Sparta's allies on the Peloponnesus Peninsula. There was no justice at all. It was all Sparta. In the end, Sparta executed Ismailas for colluding with the enemy and transferred him back to Phoebidas. However, another general was sent to take over the defense of Thebes. There were 1,500 Sparta troops still stationed in Thebes. Sparta was thick-skinned. Facing the accusations of other city-states, they did not change their mind and firmly held on to Phoebidas's achievements. Athens, Corinth, Argos, and other city-states only protested in the face of this result. They did not take any more forceful actions. The great king's peace treaty weakened their power, and Sparta's strength forced them to swallow their dissatisfaction. However, Athens began to provide support to the Thebes, who were constantly fleeing to their territory. Phoebidas was recalled, but the task of suppressing the Chaldic League in northern Greece had to continue. So the Council of Elders appointed Agesilaus, brother Tarusha's, who had distinguished himself in the Corinth War, as the commander of the expeditionary army. At the same time, the Council of Elders also decided to restore the city of Praetia, which was destroyed by Sparta 50 years ago. This city was located in the south of Thebes, guarding a passage from the Isthmus of Corinth to Paeotia. Sparta was going to expand its power in central Greece. Brothers, get up. We have a mission. The team leader went into the tent. He shouted at the top of his voice. The soldiers who were resting on the bed immediately turned over and sat up. Captain, what's the mission? Adoris asked first. Commander Alexis ordered Legio 4 to attack Sipontum. The squad leader replied, Just our army? Of course it's just us. The other legions also have their own missions. For example, the 1st Legion is going to attack West, "Whist, that's a troublesome mission." Adoras's casual words piqued the curiosity of his comrades. "Adoras, is it difficult to attack Whist?" "Not really." Compared to these comrades who knew nothing about the Darnay region, Adoras had learned about the situation of the Darnay region from his father before the Darnay War began. Whist is a small town. It's said that there are less than 10,000 people, but it's located at the top of the Lala Peninsula. It's at least 150 miles from Lusnia to Whist, and half of it is mountain roads. If the First Legion took a detour and marched along the coast for safety purposes, the journey would be even longer. "How far are we from Saipontum?" another soldier asked. Adoras thought for a while and said, "Probably less than 50 miles. "That's great." The soldiers heaved a sigh of relief. "Don't be too happy yet. Along the way, the warriors of the Darnay tribe might attack us at any time. That's why Commander Olivers wants us to march in full armor." The squad leader's reminder did not displease the soldiers. Since the start of the war, the Dionysian army had not suffered many casualties. However, the new recruits who had experienced many wars had lost their initial enthusiasm and longing. Instead, they felt the cruelty and mercilessness of war, including Adoras. "Quickly put on your armor and weapons and gather outside. If you're late, you'll have a taste of Commander Olivers's power." Although the Dionia army had conquered Lusnia, the central city of the Darnay tribe, Alexis only allowed the First Legion to enter the city to maintain order. The rest of the legions were still stationed in the original barracks outside the city. After all, the Darnay people would soon become the citizens of Dionia. If too many soldiers entered the city, it would be difficult to manage. It would inevitably cause conflicts and disputes. If the Darnay people were to become extremely disgusted with the people of Dionia, it would be difficult to manage in the future. The king of Devers would not praise Alexis for conquering the Darnay tribe. Instead, he would blame Alexis for his mistakes. After the Legio IV assembled in the barracks, they left the barracks and headed east. Not long after, they saw the broken walls of Lusnia standing not far away from the north. It quietly told the tragic story of the siege the day before. Adoras could still clearly remember. That morning, the army surrounded Lusnia city. There were also a few thousand cavalrymen patrolling the perimeter, and the 10th Legion as reserve troops to scout and defend against the arrival of the Darnay reinforcements. The Legio for that he was in was responsible for attacking the west side. They were equipped with 20 ballistae and 4 large siege towers. Legion Commander Olivers gave the order. The ballistae were fired, the siege towers moved forward, the soldiers carried ladders, shouted Hades' name, and rushed to the city wall. The scene was grand and intense, and it made Adoras even more excited than the battle at the Orfanto River. This time, his battalion was the second echelon of the siege. They did not enter the battle immediately, so they stood at the back and could see the entire battlefield more clearly. He did not know if it was because of him that Olivers let his brigade serve as a reserve, but he had never stopped worrying about the stalemate of the siege and the fact that other soldiers would fall from the top of the wall from time to time. However, when a company attacked the top of the city wall, Legion Commander Olivers ordered the reserve troops to enter the battle. Adoras and his comrades rushed to the top of the city wall through the wooden ladders of the siege towers with high morale and high speed. They attacked the panicking defenders. The Darnay's resistance did not last long. When they were sent by the Legion commander to clean up the battlefield, they saw their injured comrades groaning and many of their brothers who had died in the battle. Adoras, who was in high spirits, felt as if a can of cold water had been poured on him. He loved to fight, but at that moment he experienced the cruelty of war. Chapter 639. Adoras thought for a moment and said, regretfully, "Based on the usual practice, it should be the quarterfinals or semifinals now. I don't think it's worth it." The soldier in front of Adoras turned around and interrupted. "Stop dreaming. Even if this war ends soon, it's impossible for us to return immediately. We'll definitely be stationed in the various Downey towns to ensure the safety of the kingdom's officials. Didn't we do the same in Masapi and Pachetti before? I heard that the Downey people aren't as fierce as the Masapi and Pachetti people. They shouldn't be as violent as the Masapi people. Maybe we don't have to stay here for so long, another soldier guessed. That's your childish thinking. Devers, His Majesty, and the Senate won't think that way. Am I right, Adoris? The soldier in front looked at Adoris. Adoris shrugged. I'm not sure about that. But I hope everyone can return home safely and enjoy the rewards from the kingdom. With our contributions in this war, do you think we can get 1 or 2 acres of land here? The land here is fertile, not any worse than the Sabari Plains. How would I know? You should ask the statistics officer in the supply camp. The soldiers forgot about the hardships of marching as they talked and laughed. After 3 hours, they reached the lower reaches of the Savaro River. West Pendham City was on the north bank of the Savaro River. It was the confluence of several rivers, forming a sizable lake. In Alexis's opinion, West Pendham had a good port. If they took it, it would be convenient for the entire army to transport their supplies. At this time, a messenger galloped from the front and shouted, "Enemies spotted on the other side! Prepare for battle!" The soldiers immediately became excited. After all, fighting the enemy outside the city was much easier than attacking the city. This was a victory that could be easily obtained. Soon, the captain's order came. The column formation became horizontal. Under the command of the officers, Adoris and the others faced the Candelaro River and formed a small phalanx. At this time, a loud sigh came from the front. What happened? Sigh. I heard that the people of West Pendham want to surrender the city. Ah. The soldiers sighed in despair. The team officers warned them not to let down their guard and to be wary of the enemy's tricks. However, the people of Saipentum surrendered without hesitation. The crushing defeat at the Orfanto River, the capture of Lusnia within a day, and the military power displayed by the Kingdom of Dionia had completely shocked the Doni tribes. Not only Saipentum, but Wester, Asculum, and other towns had also surrendered. The Doni War had finally come to an end. At the beginning of November, the weather in Turiai began to turn cold. The fanatical atmosphere that had been stirred up by the rugby finals in early October had just subsided, and the triumphant tournament that was to be held soon would once again bring the whole city into a festive atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the barracks west of the city of Turin, the soldiers of the 1st, 4th, 5th, 9th, and 10th Legions were excitedly looking forward to their triumphant return. In the commander's tent, Alexis was meeting with the people from the Ministry of Military Affairs. You're saying we have to wait here for another 2 days. Our brothers have been on the battlefield for more than 2 months, and we're eager to go home. But you're making us wait here for 5 days. Alexis complained unhappily. This isn't my idea. This is the idea of His Majesty and the Senate. I'm only responsible for conveying it, Tormid said seriously. Alexis didn't say anything after hearing that it was the order of the Devers, but she still looked a little unhappy. Tormid explained patiently, the 8th Legion is on the way and will arrive tomorrow. His Majesty wants to combine these 2 victories and have a triumphant return, so that the people won't be annoyed and it won't be fair to the soldiers who fought in the bloody war. His Majesty is afraid that you might have other ideas, so he sent me to inform you. I hope you can understand. Alexis realized that she was a little too emotional, so she quickly said, I don't mind. We can wait. We're very happy to participate in the triumphant return with the 8th Legion led by Prososus. The young officers of the kingdom these days are amazing. Tormid sighed. Prososus isn't even 40 yet, but he's already in charge of a battlefield and commanding a war. Where is Prososus from? Alexis asked curiously. He's from Argos. He came to Turiai after the establishment of the Dionia alliance. Because of his outstanding performance in the training camp, he was directly recruited by Martoris into his brigade. Tormid worked in the General Staff Department, so he was more familiar with the information of the officers. It seems that Prososus's performance has always been outstanding. No wonder His Majesty dared to use him and put him in charge of the war against the Cycles. I thought he was a mercenary from our Persia expeditionary force, Alexis exclaimed. Tolmid did not continue the conversation. Instead, he changed the topic and said, "There are many young officers in the legions that you are in charge of, and their performance is outstanding, especially Patroclus. When we attacked Lusnia city, his brigade was the first to enter the city. His Majesty was very happy when he saw these battle reports, but he crossed out his name from the list of candidates you submitted to the Ministry of Military Affairs to be the flag-bearer for this triumphant return." Hearing this, Alexis had some guesses, but she still asked, "Why?" He didn't want him to be too ostentatious, so that the people wouldn't misunderstand and think that he's being favored by His Majesty. Tormid said vaguely. Alexis's adopted daughter, Gydia, had a close relationship with Cynthia, so Alexis naturally knew about this. When she heard this, she smiled knowingly. "It seems that I have to congratulate His Majesty." "Alexis, I also want to congratulate you," Tormid said with a mysterious smile. "Congratulate what?" Alexis was stunned. Aminta's adopted son, Stephos, performed well in the battle against the Cycles, and was included in the list of candidates for the 8 Teach Division's flag-bearer for the triumphant return by Persosus, Tormid said with a smile. Ever since Stephos beat up Paphicles, the fact that Stephos and Gydia were a pair of lovers had been known to the higher-ups of the military. If it wasn't for the fact that Amintas had transferred his adopted son to Sicily to avoid trouble, the two might have already gotten married. Isn't Stephos an adjutant under Persosus? How did he do it? Alexis asked in surprise. "You still don't know, but Persosus made him a captain," Tormid replied. Alexis didn't expect that the young legion commander, who seemed to have no dealings with anyone, would make such a move. Whether it was intentional or not, he had to accept this favor. "Also, let me tell you a secret." Tormid pretended to be mysterious as he moved closer to Alexis. "His Majesty has informed the Ministry of Military Affairs to prepare to transfer Stephos back to Turin." "Is that so?" Alexis was pleasantly surprised. "Of course, His Majesty is more concerned about Gydia's marriage than you, her father. Tell me, when are you inviting us to the wedding?" Tormid said, half jokingly and half seriously. Alexis thought for a moment and said, "I'll have to discuss this with Amintas, but it will definitely be after Cynthia's wedding." On the 5th of November, the main road from the northern part of Turin to Victory Square was sprinkled with fresh water, flowers, and colorful flags. Daionia citizens poured in from all directions, crowding both sides of the road. The biggest difference from the triumphant return this time was that there were quite a few citizens from Massapi and Pacetti. As the loud bugle sounded throughout the city, the triumphant return began. The army that had already set off from the barracks and arrived at the suburbs began to march forward in 4 columns. At the forefront was the flag-bearer of the Kingdom of Daionia. Since the war between Italy and Italy, the new military law stipulates that the flag-bearer in the triumphal procession must be the bravest and most distinguished soldier in the war, and that he is the model of the whole army, so that the honor of leader is not given to any officer. Squad leaders are not considered officers. Behind him were the flag-bearers of the legions. They were the most outstanding among the legions that participated in the war, and this was not just limited to soldiers. The 1st Cavalry Legion, 1st Legion, Legio IV, 5th Legion, 8th Legion, 9th Legion, and 10th Legion. A total of 7 legions were lined up in a row, looking very impressive. They were followed by dozens of drummers, who played the Victory March, adding joy and festivity to the whole celebration. After that, the soldiers of the 1st Legion marched forward in neat steps, with their heads held high and chest out before the troops entered the outer city. They were already welcomed by the people of Daionia. Cheers and screams pierced the eardrums of the soldiers. There were frolicking children imitating the way they marched. There were enthusiastic young girls chasing after them and throwing petals. There were excited relatives and friends shouting their names in such a lively atmosphere. These legion soldiers did not know where they were, and they kept a silly smile on their faces. Even Adoris, who had seen the triumphant return many times, could not contain his excitement at this moment. After all, this was the first time he was enjoying this glory as a participant in the war. Among the enthusiastic audience, there was no lack of people asking questions. Hey, why are there 2 flag bearers walking at the front this time? Chapter 640. That soldier holding the flag of the kingdom should be a Masapi, right? The announcement said that his name is Leclesis, and he is a soldier of the 9th Legion. The 9th Legion is mainly composed of Masapi. When they seized the city of Lusnia, he rushed to the top of the city wall and killed 4 enemies in a row. He was stabbed several times by spears, but he kept fighting until his comrades rushed to the top of the city wall. No wonder he is still wrapped in bandages. Such a brave soldier deserves the honor of carrying the flag of triumph. Leclesis is a famous warrior of our city. Someone next to him interrupted in stiff Greek. In such a festive atmosphere, the conflicts and disputes of the past would be put aside, and people would become open-minded. The person who spoke before said happily, "Whether it is the Greeks or the Masapi, we are all people of Dionia. If you Masapi join the Dionysian army, our legion will be stronger. Victory to the Legion of Dionysia. Victory to the 9th Legion." Leclesis is a good man. The parade came to the first triumphal arch, which was the starting point of the northern outskirts of Turin. This triumphal arch was built after the Southern Italian War. The 4 reliefs on the arch respectively recorded the 4 thrilling battles that determined the fate of Dionia in the Southern Italian War. They were the Battle of Poseidonia, the Great Naval Battle of Turin, the Battle of Crotone, and the Battle of Megillo. The excitement of the soldiers passing through the triumphal arch became a little more solemn. They were eager to make more contributions and be remembered in the history of the Kingdom of Dionia. The Victory Square was also full of spectators, but unlike the people along the way, they had different identities and statuses. There were foreign envoys, invited VIPs, officials, and officers of the kingdom, and their families, of course. This also included the families of the Devers. They sat together with the families of the senators on the viewing platform on the side of the Grand Council Hall, surrounded by soldiers. "Gidia, you don't have to stretch your neck so long. It's still early for the parade to reach here. Things are different now. It's 5 to 6 miles from the outer city to the inner city." Ouch! The mischievous girl was knocked on the head by the dignified young lady beside her. The young lady reprimanded her softly. "Eunice, don't be so rude. Gidia is older than you. You should call her sister." "All right, Sister Gidia." Eunice's big, lively eyes flashed with a cunning light. "You don't have to spend so much effort to find him. Stephos is the flag bearer of the 8th Legion. He's walking at the front of the team. You don't have to stretch your neck to see him." When the petite and beautiful Gia heard this, she blushed and hurriedly retracted her body from the railing. Looking at the 2 sisters who were snickering with their heads lowered, she couldn't help but explain, "I didn't want to see Stephos, but I wanted to help Cynthia find out where Patroclus is. My sister isn't as anxious as you are. Anyway, it won't be long before she gets engaged to Patroclus." Eunice blurted out. Although her voice wasn't loud, it still caused some people to be surprised. Cynthia was also a little shy. She immediately patted Eunice and said, "Don't talk nonsense." Eunice didn't care at all. She giggled and said, "Sister Gidia, look, my sister's getting married soon. When are you and Stephos getting married?" "Ah, Eunice." Ouch. Alexis was riding on a gorgeous chariot pulled by 4 black horses. Nowadays, the kingdom of Dionia was no longer as poor as it was when it was first established. It was easy to find 4 tall, handsome, and flawless black horses. Behind him was Leotychides, who was also riding on a 4-horse chariot. Behind them were the 2-horse chariots ridden by the legion commanders. This made Amyntas, Olivers, and the other legion commanders a little uncomfortable. Leotychides stood on the chariot with his chest puffed out, welcoming the cheers and praises of thousands of people. He had participated in many triumphal ceremonies, but this was the first time he was participating as a war commander. As the protagonist, the attention he received was naturally different from the past. He was also very excited. It was rare for him to slightly wave to the surrounding people. When their chariots entered the victory square, thunderous cheers were even more overwhelming. After the chariot circled the periphery of the square, it stopped in front of the Senate's assembly hall. Alexis, Leotychides, and the other legion commanders got off the chariot one after another. They walked up the steps with solemn expressions. At the end of the steps stood the honorable elders of the kingdom. In the middle of them was the King of Devers, who was wearing a crown on his head. "Your Majesty." Alexis, who was the first to walk up the platform, gave a respectful military salute. The Devers solemnly returned the salute and said, "You've worked hard, Alexis. Thank you for adding new territories and people to the kingdom." "This is my duty as the commander of the army," Alexis replied. The Devers smiled as they took the glittering victory scepter from Henepolis's hands and handed it over. This was a foot-long scepter made of gold. The top of the scepter was an exquisitely carved statue of the goddess of victory. This was a reward for returning victorious commanders. With the current strength of the kingdom, it was no longer just verbal praise for the victors. There was a substantial reward. For the commanders of the kingdom, this was the highest reward. Alexis, who usually didn't care much about gold and silver, received it excitedly and pressed it to her chest. "Your Majesty." Leotychides gave a neat military salute. "Prososus, well done." The Devers smiled even more happily. "You didn't let me down. You also exceeded many people's expectations." As the Devers said this, he handed over the victory scepter. After Leotychides received it, he patted Leotychides' shoulder and said in a deep voice, "I look forward to your next victory." Leotychides was also excited. He understood that this showed that the King of Devers valued him very much. He didn't know what to say for a moment, so he just said, "Yes, yes." The Devers then presented Amyntas, Olivers, and other commanders with silver scepters. When he was about to put on the three-headed dog warrior medal made of gold for a few flag-bearers, he saw Lachesis from Massapi wrapped in bandages. He couldn't help but think of the scene when he awarded the flag to the wounded Dracos in Amendola more than 10 years ago. He couldn't help but feel emotional. So he gave this brave soldier a strong hug, grabbed his hand, and raised it high. The soldiers in the square cheered loudly, especially the soldiers from Massapi and Pichetti. After the Devers carefully put on the medals for the flag-bearers one by one, he strode to the front of the platform, facing the thousands of soldiers below, and shouted, "Brave soldiers of Dionia, loyal citizens of the kingdom! Long live the kingdom of Dionia! Long live the King of Devers!" The triumphant parade came to an end amidst the roaring cheers of the soldiers. Just after the triumphant parade yesterday, Patroclus received a notice from the Ministry of Military Affairs today. He was asked to go to the palace immediately. Although he had received the news sent by Cynthia last night, Patroclus still felt uneasy along the way. After all, this was the first time he was received by the King of Devers alone. When he arrived at the door of the king's office on the second floor of the palace, before the guards had time to go in to report, Henepolis happened to come out from inside and saw Patroclus. The court clerk, who was once the youngest senator, looked at him with interest, then smiled and said, "Young man, congratulations!" After that, he turned around and went in. After a while, when he came out again, Henepolis came out with 2 clerks and comforted Patroclus. "Don't be nervous, go in." Patroclus said gratefully and softly, "Thank you, Sir Henepolis." Patroclus walked in quietly, and there was only one person left in the room. The founder of the kingdom of Dionia, the supreme commander of the Dionysian army, the descendant of Hades and Cynthia's father, the King of Devers, was sitting behind his desk more than 20 meters away, looking at him calmly. Even Patroclus, who was usually bold, could not help but feel a thump in his heart. Thump, thump, thump. Your Majesty, I'm here. He tried his best to control his body and gave a military salute to the Devers. The Devers looked at him with a gaze that was both judgmental and kind. He saw Patroclus's nervousness and said in a gentle tone, "Sit, Patroclus." Yes. Patroclus sat on the wooden chair beside him and calmed down a little. Only then did he feel his lips dry and tight, and he subconsciously swallowed his saliva. The Dever smiled. "You must be thirsty. I'll give you a glass of juice." "No need, thank you, Your Majesty." Patroclus hurriedly waved his hand. Before the victorious return, I reviewed the list of candidates that Alexis sent to be the flag-bearer of the victorious return army, and I purposely deleted your name, the Devers said slowly. "You must have complained, right?" "No, Your Majesty," Patroclus said without hesitation. "Do you know why I did that?" the Devers asked further. "Because I wanted to avoid arousing suspicion," Patroclus answered softly with uncertainty. Chapter 641. The Devers' words made Patroclus bite his lips. The Devers looked straight at him. "Then becoming my son-in-law will only make your future more difficult. Are you still willing to marry Cynthia?" As soon as the Devers finished speaking, Patroclus blurted out, I am willing to marry Cynthia. I will also make more contributions to prove my ability and change the prejudices of others." Divers looked at the confident and high-spirited young man in front of him with admiration in his eyes. "Tomorrow night, I'll be holding a private banquet at home. I've invited you and your parents to the banquet to discuss the engagement between you and Cynthia." The Downey people had been conquered. The next step was to govern this newly conquered land. In the Senate of Dionia, the governors of the towns in Downey were elected by the elders and approved by the Devers. Only the governor of Lusnia, which was the most controversial town, was not approved by the Devers. It was not until Antalis brought up a name that was almost forgotten by everyone, Antonios. He received the support of most of the former mercenary elders, Lucania elders, and Brudi elders. The smart elders realized that this was the intention of the Devers. Antonios, who had been staying at home claiming to be sick, received a letter of appointment signed by the Devers from the palace herald, Aristides. During this period, he was used to seeing the mansion that was once lively and then deserted. He was also used to his father being imprisoned and his brother being executed, and his wife crying beside his ear every day, blaming him for not being able to help at all. Antonios had experienced so much in just a few months. He could not help but feel emotional as he looked at the letter of appointment in his hands. After all, the king of the Devers did not forget him. From this appointment, it could be seen that the governor of Lusnia, as the central town of Downey, was only an elder who had made outstanding contributions and was highly valued by the Devers. "His Majesty asked me to convey a message," Aristides said expressionlessly. "He hopes that you will learn from your past mistakes and govern Lusnia well. Let the Downey people integrate into Dionia as soon as possible." "I won't let you down, Your Majesty," Antonius said excitedly. He declined the invitation of Capys, Felicius, Amintas, and the other former mercenary elders who were planning to hold a celebration banquet for his return. In the early hours of the next day, he only brought 2 attendants and quietly went to Lusnia to take up his post. King of Sparta, Agesilaus' brother, Tarushes, led the Sparta army towards the north unhurriedly. It was not until the spring of the 2nd year, that is, the 11th year of the kingdom of Dionia, 382 BC, that they arrived at the Chalcidic peninsula. They were warmly welcomed and supported by King Amintas of Macedon, who provided a large number of cavalry. After winning 2 battles, Tarushes forced his way to the city of Oronthus. However, during the siege, they were ambushed by the reinforcements of the Chalcidic alliance, who supported Olympus. The Sparta army suffered a crushing defeat, and their commander, Terlicius, was killed. When the news reached Sparta, there was a great shock. Agesilaus felt even more heartache, and he even fell ill and was bedridden. After a discussion, The Council of Elders decided that they would never compromise with the Chaldidic alliance led by Olympus. They would continue to attack them until they were destroyed. Otherwise, they would not be able to restore Sparta's prestige in Greece. Therefore, Sparta began to mobilize the allies of Peloponnesus, preparing to gather a larger coalition army to fight in northern Greece. The commander of the army was another king of Sparta, Agesiporus. During this period, the fall of the Thebes had always made the people of Athens feel uneasy. Therefore, they did their best to help the exiles of the Thebes. They built many shelters in the mountains between Attica and Boeotia. However, although the people of Athens were wary of Sparta, they did not want to openly make it their enemy, especially now that Sparta was so powerful. Therefore, they only paid close attention to the movements of the people of Sparta. In the northwest suburbs of Athens, next to the sacred forest of the Academia by the Kephisos River, there was an academy called Academy. The courtyard stood on the riverbank of the murmuring water, green grass, and blooming flowers. The entrance of the courtyard was a simple arched door with the words, "Those who do not understand geometry are not allowed to enter." In a small pavilion in the academy, more than a dozen young people sat around and listened carefully to a middle-aged man's lecture. This middle-aged man had a broad forehead, deep eyes, and broad shoulders. Although he was not too tall, he was relatively burly, but he gave off a refined and quiet temperament. He was the famous scholar in all of Greece, Plato. Plato's family was prominent, so he received a good education from a young age. When he was young, he loved writing poetry and drama until one day he met Socrates talking to someone else at a poetry competition. Plato was suddenly enlightened, and many questions that he had been thinking about but could not find an answer seemed to be solved in an instant. So he threw his poems into a raging fire on the spot and took Socrates as his teacher, changing his passion from literary creation to philosophical research. That year, Plato was 20 years old. After Socrates was tried and finally executed, Plato, who was extremely disappointed with the government of Athens, began his life of travel. He went to Megara, Asia Minor, Persia, Egypt, Cyrenaica, Sicily, and finally returned to Athens because of an accident. Because of his family, Plato was still very interested in politics. But after the loss of Thrasybulus, the politics of Athens were conservative, and the factions were busy with disputes, which disappointed him again. After a long period of observation of other Greek city-states and countries outside of Greece, in addition to increasing his experience and knowledge, he also felt that it was not easy to manage a city-state. Without specialized knowledge of governing a city-state, without a group of like-minded friends, not only would he achieve nothing, but he might also pay the price with his life. So after returning to Athens with the support of his friends, Plato founded the Academy of Academy, trying to cultivate a group of people who understood philosophy, science, and governance through it. Through them, he could change the status quo of Athens and other Greek city-states and indirectly realize his political ideals. It had been 5 years since the establishment of the Academy. Not only did many young people in Athens become his students, but gradually some young people from other countries came to study under him, and the Academy of Academy gradually became famous. At this time, Plato said in a calm but magnetic voice, "Yesterday, I talked about why I think the governance of the ancient era is the best system of government. Today, I will talk about why such a government declined." The young people immediately perked up and listened attentively. Although the legislators of the kingdom always try their best to give the rulers of the city-states the best comprehensive education, so that they are full of wisdom, able to use the true knowledge they have learned to distinguish things and to adopt the right behavior. However, just as the growth and development of animals and plants are affected by time, human marriage and childbearing are also restricted by time. The legislators of the city-states can't always rely on sensory observation and rational thinking to always correctly choose the best time for the rulers of the city-states to bear children. Sometimes they make mistakes, and some children are born inappropriately. The rulers chosen from these degenerated descendants can't be the best. After they take over the power of their fathers, they will despise the people who love wisdom in the city-states, despise music education and physical training, so that the young people in the city-states become more and more uneducated. So they and their descendants gradually lose the qualities that a true ruler should have, and lose the ability to distinguish between gold, silver, copper, and iron. And when iron and copper are mixed with gold and silver, it produces imbalance, inconsistency, and disharmony. Once disharmony and inconsistency appear, it will lead to war and hatred. The students fell into deep thought. After a while, a student asked, "Teacher Plato, do you mean that inappropriate marriage, the mixing of bloodlines, and the loss of purity are the main reasons for the decline of the kingdom?" "Alies, your understanding is very correct." Plato praised the student and then said, "Once a conflict occurs, the two groups within the rulers will show different directions of development. The copper and iron groups tend to be private, annex land and houses, and collect gold and silver treasures, while the gold and silver groups, because they have true wealth in their hearts, still tend to be virtuous and traditional. These two groups struggle with each other and then reach a certain compromise. So they privately own the land and houses of the city-states and turn their former friends and providers into frontier people and slaves. This leads to the creation of a new regime, which is what I call the regime of honor." The students were deep in thought. A student asked doubtfully, "Teacher Plato, how can we achieve a suitable marriage?" "That's a good question, Hypsippus. You've stumped me." Although Plato said so, he said with a smile, "In fact, even the gods can achieve a suitable marriage. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many powerful monsters in ancient times. But after thinking about it for a long time, I have my own understanding of this problem. I have also elaborated on it in the book The Republic, which is to let the outstanding marry the outstanding and have children at the best time." Chapter 642. Because even if it is an excellent person, because of the lack of knowledge and experience when he is young, he is easily impulsive, reckless, and easily tempted. The children born during this period will often inherit these shortcomings. But when the excellent person is mature, the children born will be stable and thoughtful. Hearing this, some students showed a happy expression, as if they had learned something, but some students were still thinking. Vesippus continued to ask, "Teacher, you once said, among the current Greek city-states, Sparta is the best monarchy you have ever seen. The double kings, the council of elders, the censor. These positions make Sparta a mixed monarchy. No party has absolute power, and the greed for power is strongly restrained. But now, Sparta has violated the Greek tradition and forcibly occupied the Thebes. What do you think about this?" Vesippus. Plato looked at Vesippus with a trace of affection in his eyes, because Vesippus was the son of his sister, Pudni. He said in a gentle tone, "I said that Sparta is a good monarchy, but it does not mean that it will follow the rules and become a city-state that fully follows the Greek tradition. It is precisely this kind of regime of Sparta that allows it to dominate the Peloponnesus Peninsula for a long time without any major problems at home. In today's chaotic situation, Sparta still dominates the Greek city-states. Isn't this the effect of its institutional advantages? However, Thebes is not like other weak city-states. It is not easy for Sparta to completely enslave it. On the contrary, occupying the Thebes Acropolis for a long time will only increase the disgust of the Thebes towards Sparta. One day, this disgust will lead to a fire that will burn the Sparta army, just like how Thrasybulus led the people of Athens to overthrow the tyrant's rule. Teacher Plato, since Sparta is the best monarchy among the Greek city-states, what do you think of the monarchy of Dionia?" Aliphoron from Corinth asked. Dionia. Upon hearing this name, ripples appeared in Plato's heart. He had once yearned to visit this city-state alliance of the western Mediterranean Sea, but due to various reasons he was unable to do so. He always had a regret in his heart. While he was distracted, Olas refuted, "Dionia is not a Greek city-state, it is a foreign regime." Alipholon retorted, "You've watched too much of the drama, The Dionia People." The main ethnic group in the kingdom of Dionia are Greeks. The center of the kingdom, Turiai, is the city that Pericles gathered all the Greeks to build. There are also Crotone, Tarentum, Locri. These are all famous Greek cities in the western Mediterranean. How can Dionia not belong to Greece? Dionia has not been recognized by Delphi. It can't even participate in the 4 Olympic Games. How can it be recognized as a Greek country? Olas refuted once again. I heard that Elis sent an invitation to Dionia several times under the instigation of Sparta, but Dionia said, as long as you agree to allow foreign citizens to participate in the Olympia Games, it will send a representative team. Elis did not agree, so Dionia has not participated in the Olympia Games. Visippus reminded, doesn't this just mean that we Greek city-states have doubts about the recognition of Dionia? Plato did not stop the student's argument. While listening to the student's opinions, he was also thinking about how to better answer Elyphalon's question. At this time, the Academy's guard came over and respectfully said to Plato, there is someone outside asking to see you. He said, he is from Dionia. As soon as the guard's voice fell, everyone present stopped talking. They were just talking about Dionia, and they did not expect that someone from Dionia would come. This was too much of a coincidence. Let him come in. Plato was also curious. He did not have many friends in Dionia. The only one he was familiar with was Lysias. It was said that he was doing well in Turiai. After a while, the guard led a young man towards them. Everyone's eyes were focused on him curiously. The young man did not feel uncomfortable at all. He generously bowed to Plato and then said respectfully, I am Forstcator from the Dionia Academy. I was entrusted by teacher Gorgia to deliver a letter from him and wait for your reply. Gorgia. Plato was quite surprised and asked, I remember that Gorgia should be in Leontini. I visited him a few years ago when I was traveling in Sicily. When did he go to Dionia? Forstcator thought for a while and answered, around the 6th year in Dionia. The king of Devers personally invited him to become a teacher in the Dionia Academy. He accepted the invitation. Plato had done research on Dionia, so he had a better understanding of the unique way of counting years in Dionia. He said with slight surprise, that should be shortly after I met Gorgia. He told me that he was old and in poor health, so he would not come to Athens for a visit. I did not expect him to go to Turiai in Dionia. Forstcator said proudly, that is because the doctors of Dionia have superb medical skills and can treat teacher Gorgia's illness. The excellent environment of the Academy of Dionia is conducive to his research and teaching students. That is why he was moved. Plato nodded and asked, You are a student of Gorgia? Forstcator hesitated for a while and said, Gorgia is my teacher. I learned philosophy from him. However, I also learned history from teacher Ansitanos, mathematics and geometry from teacher Martyres, rhetoric and debate from teacher Lysias. Hearing this, Plato sighed in his heart. The Academy of Academy was an educational place for him to cultivate outstanding students and realize his political ideals. He also wanted every student to receive a multifaceted and high-quality education. However, unlike the Diomedia Academy, which was funded by the entire kingdom and had incomparably rich teaching resources, the Academy of Academy was the private property of him and his friends. Since its establishment, other than himself and a few occasional friends, there had been no famous scholars invited to teach the students advanced mathematics and geometry knowledge. Although he had dabbled in this area, he could not fully satisfy the desire of some students to further their studies. Therefore, most of the students were allowed to read the books themselves. For this reason, Plato spent a lot of effort and collected various books of knowledge through various channels. Plato did not ask any more questions. Instead, he opened Gorgia's letter. While he was reading the letter, the curious students had begun to communicate with Forstcator. We have long heard that the Dionia Academy is the largest educational place in the Western Mediterranean. compared to our Academy of Academy, which one is better? As the most prosperous city in the Greek city-states, Athens was once called the best school in all of Greece by Pericles. Therefore, the young people in Athens had a kind of cultural confidence. They always had a sense of pride towards the people from the colonies. Even these young people who were receiving higher education were no exception. Forstkater saw their expressions and did not answer directly. Instead, he asked seriously, "How large is the area of your academy?" "About 10 acres. How many teachers are there?" Forstkater asked again, without batting an eyelid. "Not only do we have teacher Plato, but also teacher Cetetus often comes to teach us mathematics." Afraid that he would be looked down upon, Oleus specially added Cetetus, a mathematician from Athens who occasionally came. "How many students are there?" 23. Several of them are reading in the Academy's library. After listening to this, Forstkater raised his head and said loudly, "The Dionia Academy covers an area of 150 acres, like a small town. There are more than 20 buildings of various sizes in the Academy, more than 300 students and 15 famous scholars, including teacher Lysias, who wrote Rhetoric and Debate, teacher Ansetanos, who wrote History of Great Greece, teacher Martikos, who invented pulley mechanics, lever mechanics, the theory of tone waves, and the theory of buoyancy, teacher Helps, who wrote Human Anatomy, and a preliminary study of diseases, teacher Gorgia, who wrote On Existence or On Nature, teacher Phrossanus, who invented new musical lyrics. In addition to these famous scholars, we have more than 20 teachers and more than 100 staff who serve the students and teachers. We students have many courses, including philosophy, rhetoric, law, mathematics, astronomy, history, poetry, biology, music. In addition, we also have to do sports and even hold some competitions to ensure our physical and mental harmony, and at the same time, to train our will to win. In order to be able to devote ourselves to learning, we have our own residence in the Academy. Oh yes, there is also a large library in the Dionia Academy, which now has more than 5,000 books, not only Greek works, but also Persia, Egypt, Carthage. For example, Carthage's agricultural books, Persia's code of law. We have specialized personnel to translate these books. Forstkater's narration stunned the young people, with envy and jealousy intertwined on their faces. Someone could not help but say, "What you said sounds good. Who knows if it's true?" Forstkater sneered and said, "The Dionia Academy is thousands of miles west of Athens. You can send someone to verify it at any time. You will find that what I said is far from describing the true strength of the Dionia Academy." Chapter 643. Plato is indeed a great scholar. I've read his Utopia. The description of the various systems of the city-state and the concept of the ideal city-state completely shocked me. Forstkater's sincere praise made the youths look at him a little more kindly. He then added, "However, he will soon be invited to the Dionia Academy." What? The students were shocked. Some looked at Plato hurriedly, while others shouted in disbelief, "You're lying!" "Calm down, my students. Jealousy and uneasiness have blinded your eyes and prevented you from thinking rationally. What's the use of learning so much?" Plato's scolding made the youths feel a little ashamed. He then turned to Forstkater and said seriously, "Knowledge is for you to improve yourself and observe the world, not to show off." Forstkater was shocked and quickly admitted his mistake. "You're right, I was wrong." Plato's expression softened. He picked up the letter in his hand and asked, "I would like to know who proposed the All-Greek Scholar Conference mentioned in this letter. How is it going to be carried out? Who are the people you invited to participate?" After being reprimanded by Plato, Forstkater was filled with respect and did not dare to be negligent. After thinking seriously, he replied, "It turns out that our kingdom of Dionia has a great Hellenic medical forum every year." Later, the dean of the Academy of Mathematics, Mentodikares, founded the Great Hellenic Mathematics Conference. Then Professor Ansetanos organized the History Conference. After Professor Gorgia came, he also proposed to hold a philosophy conference at the beginning of this year. When the king of Devers learned about this, he felt that many scholars were proficient in many fields of knowledge. Every academy in the kingdom held an academic conference. Not only was it repetitive, time-consuming, and inefficient, the range of invited scholars was too narrow, mainly from Italy and Sicily. Therefore, he proposed to create an all-Greek academic conference, inviting famous scholars from all over Greece to participate, exchange knowledge, and explore the mysteries of nature and humans together. I remember that His Majesty once said something that was widely spread in our academy. He said, "The sparks of wisdom are produced in collision, and the truth becomes clear the more it is debated." When Forst Cotta said this, Plato's eyes lit up, and he could not help but be moved. Forst Cotta continued, "As far as I know, this conference will consist of 2 parts. One was for scholars to give lectures on one or more topics based on their expertise. At that time, there would be many students, people, and even scholars listening. The other was for scholars to exchange and debate. Similarly, a small number of students were allowed to listen and ask questions. This time we sent invitations to all the famous scholars of Greece. I do not know exactly which scholars there were, but at least I know that in Athens there were Antisthenes, Isocrates, and Ceatidas, because I still have to deliver a letter to them." At the mention of Antisthenes, Plato frowned slightly. Beside him, Vysippus asked anxiously, "Can we attend the All-Hellenic Scholars' Conference in Dionia?" Forst Cotta smiled and said, "Of course. Dionia welcomes all the young people in Greece who love, respect, and thirst for knowledge to come to Thurii and participate in this Greek academic event." At this point, he asked Plato respectfully, "Have you made up your mind?" Plato stroked his long beard, nodded, and said, "I have long wanted to travel to the kingdom of Dionia with its unique political system. This is a good opportunity. I will be there on time." After receiving a definite answer, and quickly receiving a reply from Plato, Forst Cator immediately took off the bag that was slung over his shoulder and opened it on the stone bench. With the sound of metal clattering, Forst Cator saw that it was filled with shiny silver coins. Facing Plato's surprised gaze, Forst Cotta said seriously, "His Majesty Devers said, 'Knowledge is priceless, and the time and energy of scholars are very precious. Therefore, these 500 silver coins of the kingdom of Dionia are your reward for attending this conference. This also includes your expenses to return to Athens. Please accept it. When you arrive in Thurii, your accommodation and food will be arranged by the Academy of Dionia, so you don't have to worry. Also, when you go to Thurii, please take this invitation letter with you. If the ships of Sparta or other city-states intercept you, just show them this letter and they will let you go. We, the kingdom of Dionia, have already communicated with these city-states in advance. You guys are too thoughtful." Plato could not help but feel emotional when he heard these words. Obviously, Dionia knew about his past, which was why they gave him such a special instruction. 6 years ago, when Plato was traveling in Syracuse, there was a civil strife in Syracuse. When he left, he was intercepted by the warships of Sparta. At that time, the Corinth War had not yet ended. The Sparta generals, who were angry with the people of Athens, detained the famous scholar of Athens and sold him as a slave. If it were not for his friend who rescued him in time, he would probably still be digging in a mine. This terrible experience also made him wary of going to the Western Mediterranean. Moreover, when the news of the Treaty of Alliance between Dionia and Sparta reached Athens, most of the people of Athens cursed Dionia, calling it a traitor, because the old Thurii was built on the initiative of Athens. The people of Athens thought that Dionia should support Athens. This also affected Plato's mood, so he had not traveled to the most powerful kingdom in the Western Mediterranean. This time, he could finally make up for this regret. In the king's office in the royal palace of Dionia, the 5 rotating presidents of the Senate, Minister of Commerce Marigi, Minister of Finance Murses, and Supreme Censor Sesta gathered together. The Devers looked at them and said solemnly, "This time, I invited you here because there are a few important things I want to discuss with you in advance. At the beginning of the year, some of you participated in the General Assembly of the Kingdom of Dionia and the General Assembly of the Commissioners, and those who did not should have heard about it. Many local representatives and commissioners mentioned the problem of the elders receiving gifts from the citizens and foreigners, especially the elders who served as the chief executive. They also repeatedly mentioned the Polixis treason case and the current Laodigian case, hoping that we can do something about it. I once promised them that I would make a change on this issue, and now it's time to fulfill my promise. What do you think of this? Everyone looked at each other with a solemn expression. Most of them did not expect that the Devers called them here today to discuss this thorny issue. The hall was silent for a while. As the most important person in the Senate after the death of Kunigarada, Cornelius had to stand up and speak first. Your Majesty, since the establishment of Dionia, it has been the right and obligation of the citizens to serve in the public service of the kingdom. At first, there was no need to pay any salary. But today, not only the middle and low-level officials, even the laborers who transport supplies, the jailers who supervise the criminals, and the sentries who guard the fortress are paid. But in the whole kingdom, only the elders don't have any salary. Because this is a noble position, the elders serve the whole country and the citizens, and should not be calculative about salary like the low-level officials. But I remember when the League was first established, there were no major events. Generally, the Senate would only hold a big meeting every 5 or 6 days, and the rest of the time we could stay at home with the slaves to take care of the fields. But now the kingdom is so big, and there are so many things to do. Almost every day we hold a meeting in the Grand Hall to discuss the kingdom and pass bills. How can we have the time and energy to increase the income of our families? Although according to the laws of Dionia, the elders will give a certain amount of land obtained from each war, the income from the land is limited, and it is often affected by the climate and soil. However, the income from the land is limited, and it's often affected by the climate and soil. Many elders who don't know how to manage the household are even worse off than low-level officials. You mean it is reasonable for the elders to receive gifts? The Devers asked softly with a calm expression. Cornelius was so nervous that he couldn't speak for a moment. Your Majesty, what Lord Cornelius said is the truth. Lysias took over the conversation and defended Cornelius. The position of a senator is noble, but senators are also human and have desires. They also hope to be able to eat good food, drink good wine, and wear gorgeous clothes. Although wealth cannot reflect a person's nobility, we can imagine that when a senator living in poverty receives a wealthy merchant who is dressed in gorgeous clothes and is accompanied by 4 or 5 servants, who is more likely to be a senator in the eyes of the people. That is why Laodigian was so popular among the elders in the beginning, because he was generous and often invited the elders to banquets. This is also why there are so many people fighting for the vacant position of the chief executive. After becoming the chief executive, they have more opportunities to accept gifts from the local people to increase their income, allowing them to live like the rich citizens of Dionia. Chapter 644. Lord Sesta, not all senators are as accustomed to a dull life as you are. The key is that they are only giving without getting anything in return. They will definitely feel unbalanced, and it will be difficult for them to resist the temptation, Sidorum said from the side. Then don't be a senator. It's best if you go into business. Sesta retorted. All right, I called you all here to discuss and solve the problem, not to quarrel, the Devers said softly, and the room immediately returned to silence. His gaze swept across everyone's faces and saw Merce's nervous expression. He knew what he was worried about and smiled in his heart. His gaze stopped on Antares. Ever since he entered the king's office, Antares had been quiet. Of course, Wespa was also a very quiet person. As one of the rotating chairmen of the Lacanian Senate, apart from when it came to protecting the interests of the Lacanians, he rarely spoke a word in the Senate. In private, he was criticized by others as a puppet, believing that his abilities were far inferior to Hemang's. The only reason he was able to sit in this position was because of his son Bagul. After Vespa heard this, he remained the same and did not change at all. As for Antares, as a senator who had just become the rotating president, he had been keeping a low profile for the past few months. However, the Devers did not want him to remain silent, so he directly asked, "Antares, what do you think about this?" Antares stared blankly for a moment, then immediately straightened his body. His calm temperament immediately changed, and he said in a clear voice with a dignified expression, "Your Majesty, the senators are the most outstanding people in a country, and their status is also noble. This should be the pride of the senators, but now the people are looking at us senators as if we are criminals, full of suspicion. Who will be the second Polixus? Who will be the second Laodicean? We are gradually losing the trust of the people, and the foundation that gives the highest power to the kingdom's senate is collapsing. This is a very frightening thing. Therefore, we must prohibit the senators from accepting any gifts and reclaim the people's trust in us, so that we can be worthy of that dignity." "But, Lord Antares," Cornelius interrupted him. But before he could continue, Antares quickly interrupted, "Esteemed Lord Cornelius, please hear me out." Cornelius suddenly looked a little embarrassed. But being the noblest senator doesn't mean being the poorest. When a poor man stands before a rich man, he does not speak with confidence. And the same is true for a senator who lives in poverty in front of a rich citizen. This not only lowers the prestige of our elders, but also causes the citizens to look down on us and have other ideas, which is not conducive to the governance of the people and the kingdom. While the kingdom gave the elders honor, it should also give them corresponding wealth. Because it was their hard work that created the prosperity of the kingdom today, the elders should enjoy the wealth they deserved. Therefore, I suggest that we give the elders a salary that is sufficiently high. Everyone was a little moved by Antares' impassioned speech. The Devers remained calm. Before they could speak, Mercy shouted, "No, no." There wasn't much money left in the treasury to pay the salaries of the other officials. There was no more money to be given to the elders. "Don't be hasty, Mercies." The Devers pointed at him, then said to the crowd unhurriedly, while said Antares, "I think so too. Make a law to prohibit the elders from accepting gifts, and accept the supervision of the censor, local councilors, and civil protection officers. At the same time, start giving the elders salaries, and it should be enough so that the elders can live like real senators. What do you think? How could I not agree if His Majesty wanted to give us money?" Sidorum said jokingly. In fact, whether or not to pay or not to prohibit gifts did not affect him and Vespa much. Their other identity was the leader of the tribe. Although the young men in the tribe had basically become independent, they owned a large area of the tribe's land, many servants, and a large number of cattle and sheep. They did not lack money at all. Therefore, the Devers mainly consulted other people. Facing the Devers' proposal, Cornelius still had the same attitude. "Your Majesty, I agree with your proposal. But how much salary is appropriate? Where will the money come from?" "It seems that everyone has reached an agreement on the proposal to ban the elders from accepting gifts and implement a salary system," Divers said as he glanced at Lysias and Marigi. Both of them were nodding as well. "Next, let's talk about how much the salary should be." The Devers' gaze fell on the nervous Mercies. "Mercies, tell me, what is the salary of an official below the chief executive of a city?" "An official below the chief executive of a city?" Mercies regained his composure once they started talking about business. He thought carefully and said, "Deputy Chief Executive, Mid-Level Construction Officer, Mid-Level Censor, Mid-Level Agricultural Officer, Mid-Level Judge, and so on. These can be considered as officials of the same rank, but there is a difference in salary. For example, the agricultural officer and construction officer have to travel outside for a long period of time, so their salary is higher. The judge and censor have a relatively easier job, so their salary is lower. On average, it is about 40 silver drachma Hades." Mercies calculated with his fingers and finally spat out this figure. The silver Hades coins that he mentioned had been cast after the establishment of the kingdom. One side had the head of Hades, the king of Hades, and the other side had the head of the king of Devers. The citizens of Dionia also called this silver coin the Devers' silver coin. In addition, the kingdom also cast copper coins. The two sides had the image of Persephone and the Senate Hall, or Hercules and the Senate Hall. The exchange rate of copper coins to silver coins was set at 6:1. This was similar to the exchange rate of opal to silver coins. Therefore, in Dionia, copper coins had replaced opal. These two types of coins were the only currency in circulation in the kingdom of Dionia due to their high purity and exquisite designs. They were also one of the main currencies used by the other countries in the Western Mediterranean. 40 silver coins, about the price of 1.5 cows. The Devers was not surprised by this figure. He had already done a detailed investigation beforehand. He was just making use of mercies to let everyone know. In fact, this was not a low salary. A citizen who owned 5 acres of land could only earn 3 times this amount during a good year. This was only the monthly salary of a mid-level official in the kingdom of Dionia. Due to the abundance of cows and horses in the kingdom, the price was relatively low. It usually fluctuated between 25 to 30 silver coins. If it was in Greece, a cow would cost at least 50 silver coins. The Devers tapped his fingers on the table and said slowly, "I suggest that the salary of the senators be set at 100 silver Hades. In addition, if the senators have a position, their salary should be increased according to their position. For example, the chief executive of a city. His total salary should be 100 silver coins for the senators and the chief executive's salary. Since the deputy chief executive salary is around 40 silver coins, then the chief executive's salary should be around 50 silver coins. In this case, his monthly salary should be 150 silver coins. Another example would be Sesta. You are a senator and the highest prosecutor. Your position and the chief executive are both high-ranking officials. Your salary should also be around 150 silver coins. Also, Cornelis, you are the rotating president. The rotating president is different from the ordinary senators. You also need to take on some extra work. You should also have an extra salary. Everyone carefully digested the Devers' suggestion. Everyone's brows relaxed. No one would complain about having too much money. Moreover, this salary could reflect the distinguished status of the senators in the kingdom. In this way, even if there was a ban on gifts, they believed that the senators would not have too many complaints. Only Mercies complained unhappily, too much. Too much. There are more than 100 senators in the Senate. Even if each senator's salary is 100 silver coins, the national treasury will have to pay more than 2 talent every month. I don't have that much money. Before the Devers could speak, Cornelis asked doubtfully, I remember that the finance department earns more than 100 talent every year from the lottery of various ball games. In addition, now that the kingdom's trade is booming, there are merchant ships gathering at the ports of various cities. The monthly business tax should be close to 100 talent. Not to mention that the kingdom's population is as high as 8 million. The land tax is also a huge figure. There is also the annual ransom fee for slaves, the postal fee for the post office, the escort fee for the fleet. It's not a small sum. How can the national treasury not have money? Lord Cornelis, Mercies sneered. You only see the national treasury collecting money, but you don't see the national treasury spending money. You have to know that there are more than 1,000 middle-level officials in the kingdom. The national treasury has to pay them more than 10 talent every month. Not to mention the prison guards, patrols, sentries, and other low-level public officials that also have to be paid. If all of these are included, there are tens of thousands of people. They have to pay more than 50 talent every month. Chapter 645. Therefore, we must be cautious. However, There is a tax that I have discovered will not affect the lives of the people, and it should be collected. The Devers stopped talking, and everyone fell into deep thought. Your Majesty, what is this tax you are talking about? Mercis asked anxiously. Inheritance tax, the Devers said in a deep voice. Inheritance tax? The 5 chairmen and Sesta were a little doubtful, while Mercis and Marigi were deep in thought. If Ansitanos was here, he would understand. Divers looked at their expressions, teased them, and then explained. This tax has been in place in Egypt for hundreds of years. When the owner of a property wants to transfer his property to a relative or someone else, the court will recognize the validity of the transfer, but it will also take 1/10 of his property as tax to be paid to the state. I think we can also implement inheritance tax in the kingdom because it has many benefits. First, it can increase the kingdom's tax revenue. Second, it can adjust the gap between the rich and the poor among the citizens. This is especially important. If the first citizen of the kingdom continues to accumulate merits, he will probably have 10 acres by the time he is 50 years old. If he is a successful merchant of the kingdom, it will be even more impressive. He will be able to save at least 10 or even 100 talent in his lifetime. Compared to the new citizens who had just joined the kingdom and had to work hard to survive, the children of the old citizens did not have to work hard to contribute to the kingdom and could live comfortably. In fact, if the J generation were to continue, they could easily become big landowners and millionaires in the country. In the long run, it will arouse the resentment of the ordinary citizens, and it will not be good for the stability of the kingdom. Therefore, we need to use inheritance tax to adjust. Don't the citizens work hard to obtain merits and wealth so that they can live well and pass it on to their children? The implementation of inheritance tax will probably dampen their enthusiasm. Lucius asked doubtfully. Working hard to obtain merits and live well will be fully supported by the kingdom. Didn't we give all kinds of material and honorary rewards, land, medals, and even provide excellent learning and training places for the children of the citizens? However, leaving too much wealth to the next generation will only cultivate the arrogance of the next generation of citizens, causing them to lack the motivation to work hard. They will become greedy for pleasure and unwilling to contribute to the kingdom. Therefore, we can set some conditions for the collection of inheritance tax to guide the wealthy citizens to use their wealth in a reasonable manner. For example, donating to the construction of public buildings can reduce the rate of estate tax. This will also make ordinary citizens look at these rich people in a friendly manner. This is the third benefit of estate tax, the Devers explained patiently. But Your Majesty, some citizens don't have much wealth to begin with. Isn't it a little too harsh to collect inheritance tax? Colnello asked cautiously. S3, that's a good question. Devers praised and said solemnly, I don't think all citizens of the kingdom should be charged inheritance tax. How much property does one have that is exempt from inheritance tax? A 5% inheritance tax based on how much property a citizen owns? A 10% inheritance tax based on how much property a citizen owns? How much property do citizens have to pay a 20% or 30% inheritance tax? After the 5 rotating presidents leave, they will discuss with Mercis and Marigi and come up with a rough C-case. We will then go to the Senate to propose the bill. I think this will be a long and intense discussion, but it will be established in the end. I'm very confident of this, because every citizen of the kingdom hopes that their children will be a proactive hero who can create more glorious achievements than themselves, and not a useless person who only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun. We, the elders, hope that the kingdom will be a stable and harmonious society in the future, and not a terrible situation where the rich run amok and the commoners have no place to stand. Your Majesty, I think the elders will understand your painstaking efforts. The bill to collect inheritance tax will definitely be established. Antares immediately expressed his stance. The others expressed their support one after another, with Mercis being the most enthusiastic. Next, let's talk about the All-Hellenic Scholars Conference. Speaking of this, Devers's face showed a solemn and excited expression. With the current strength of the Kingdom of Dionia, we are already the strongest among the Greek countries of the Mediterranean Sea. But in many places, especially in Greece, the people there don't think of Dionia as a Greek city-state. Instead, they despise Dionia as a large tribal alliance formed by a group of barbaric, backward, and ignorant barbarians. We need to let the other Greeks understand us, understand that our Kingdom of Dionia is not only strong, but also advanced and culturally brilliant. If Athens was the model for the Greek world 10 years ago, then Thurii in Dionia today is the center of Greek culture. Let the people of the Greek world understand us and get close to us. This is the real purpose of the All-Hellenic Scholars Conference. After listening to the impassioned words of the Devers, everyone was a little excited. Chapter 646. The Devers nodded and said, "I'll send Ansetanos to assist you." This time the participants in Thurii are all famous scholars in Greece. They have great influence in the Greek city-states. As a scholar, Ansetanos will know them better and have some common topics to talk about, so he won't neglect them. In addition, these scholars may have some requests. As long as it's not too much, we'll try our best to satisfy them. You need to pay attention to the fact that there may be a lot of people listening to their lectures after the conference begins. You have to send enough people to maintain order and prevent riots. You have to protect the safety of these scholars. Your Majesty, don't worry. I'll arrange it carefully, Lucius said solemnly. We've discussed for a long time. It's time for lunch. The Devers stretched and said with a relaxed expression and a smile, "I have one last thing to say. It's a private matter. After Hera's celebration tomorrow, my daughter Cynthia's wedding will be held. I'll hold a celebratory banquet in the palace tomorrow night. I invite all of you to attend." This year's Hera's wedding celebration was livelier than in previous years. More people came to watch because there was a special young couple among the newlyweds attending the celebration. They were the beloved Devers of Dionia, the daughter of the king, Cynthia, and the hero of the Dionia people and the youngest legion captain, Patroclus. Apart from the halo of their background, they were also quite liked by the people themselves. When Cynthia came of age, she became a capable helper of her mother, Christoia. She helped with business affairs and was well known to the Thurii people. She was gentle, generous, virtuous, and hardworking. She was the image of an excellent woman that Dionia culture admired. Patroclus was born into a free family. After his father was injured on the battlefield, he did not become dispirited. Instead, he actively devoted himself to public affairs. Through his own efforts, he became an outstanding official of the kingdom and made his own contribution to the prosperity of Thurii. Patroclus himself became an excellent soldier and officer through his studies in Dionia and his experiences on the battlefield. Because of his outstanding achievements, he became the flag bearer during the triumphal parade. Dionia was a country of immigrants, and the success of the Patroclus family was a role model for countless families born in the kingdom. Therefore, though the festivities were over, the people were still in high spirits, for they knew that in the evening the traditional wedding of the two young men was to take place, and that they might even see the king and his wife. At this moment, Cynthia had already separated from Patroclus. She followed her mother, Agnes, to the Hades fountain, formerly known as the Thurii fountain, at the side of the Victory Square. After bowing to the statues of the Hades couple and the Devers in the middle of the fountain, she fetched several jars of clear spring water and returned home. At this time, the mansion of the Devers was already decorated with red ribbons. Everyone was dressed up, including the servants. They were all meticulously preparing for the upcoming wedding. Cynthia quickly returned to the bathroom in the main building and took off her soaked clothes. They become wet when she splashed water during Hera's celebration. She used the spring water she fetched to scrub her entire body. This was not only to wash away the dirt on her body, but also to follow tradition and symbolically wash away the vestiges of her virginity. She then changed into a clean robe and went to the garden in the backyard. Agnes was already waiting beside the statue of Artemis, the goddess of virgins and protectors of children. Offerings had already been placed in front of the statue, and an oil lamp had been lit. Mother Agnes. Cynthia hurried over. "Don't worry, child." Agnes smiled and took her hand, making her stand in front of the statue. She then stood at the side. Agnes was now wearing a pure white priest's robe. She was beautiful beyond compare, and her figure was graceful. Standing next to Cynthia, they looked like a pair of beautiful sisters. It was impossible to tell that she was a woman who had given birth to 2 children and was already 36 or 37 years old. Only upon closer inspection would one discover a few wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Agnes looked at the statue of Artemis with a bow and arrow knocked, and could not help but sigh. 20 years ago, when she had become a priest of this goddess, she had thought that she would serve her and grow old alone. Who would have thought that she would have a considerate husband, 2 adorable children, and a lively big family? Come, pray softly with me. Agnes returned to her senses and spoke softly to Cynthia. She then took the lead in chanting in a low voice. Night falls, the bright moon appears. Artemis, with a bow and arrow in hand, you patrol the world. Young girls and children are under your protection. Cynthia followed her pious prayers. After the prayers were finished, Cynthia's personal slave girl brought some of the clothes and toys she had worn in her childhood and lit them in front of the statue. Looking at the rising white smoke and smelling the somewhat pungent smell, Cynthia could not help but feel a little disappointed. From this moment on, she had bid farewell to her childhood, and at the same time had left the protection of Artemis. She would be transferred to the realm of the goddess of sex, Aphrodite, and the goddess of marriage protection, Hera. Because of this, she returned to her bedroom, where her other mother, Christoia, was waiting. "Mother, it's been hard on you," Cynthia shouted excitedly. At this moment, her bedroom was dressed very luxuriously, and a golden statue of Aphrodite had been erected at the head of the bed. This was the result of Christoia's efforts alone. According to tradition, outsiders were not allowed to interfere. "Silly child, isn't this what a mother should do?" Christoia said with a smile. She then took out a gold-plated apple and handed it to her, saying, "Pray to the goddess of love." In the legend of the Iliad, Paris, the prince of Troy, gave Aphrodite a golden apple, thinking that she was the most beautiful goddess, so the extremely happy Aphrodite immediately gave Paris her blessing, making the most beautiful Greek woman, Helen, fall in love with him, thus triggering the Trojan War. In some later Greek city-states, such a marriage custom existed, offering a golden apple to Aphrodite, and the bride would receive the blessing of the goddess of love. Cynthia held the golden apple in her hand and prayed devoutly to Aphrodite. After a moment of silence, she placed the apple in the outstretched hand of the statue in exchange for a brand new gorgeous chest belt that had been folded in the statue's hand. This was also a custom that originated from the legend of the Iliad. In the legend, before the goddess Hera and Zeus, the king of the gods, were united, she begged Aphrodite to lend her chest belt, because the chest belt had a magical power of seduction. Sure enough, Zeus was infatuated with Hera, and thus Hera successfully achieved her goal. As a bride, who did not want the groom to pamper her, bathe in the river of love, and enjoy pleasure with her, Cynthia shyly picked up the chest belt and pressed it against her chest. Christoia pulled Cynthia to sit on the edge of the bed and pointed to a few items on the bed. "This crown, necklace, and earrings were given to you by your mother," she said. "These are the jewelry she wore when she married into Turiae." Cynthia looked at the jewelry. The crown was made of gold and silver, inlaid with blue and green garnets. The design was very exquisite and detailed. The necklace was made of silver chains and gold tassels. The front was decorated with a large orange-red amber. It was very eye-catching. The earrings were made of 2 small and exquisite silver nails, each strung with a milky white pearl that emitted a halo. Cynthia held it in her hand and looked at it again and again. She could not bear to put it down, wishing that she could immediately wear it. She could not help but exclaim, "How beautiful!" Kristoya sighed. Agnes' mother's family is a great noble in Ligem. Back then, her father, Autolycus, used a magnificent fleet to send her to Tullidge, and she wanted your father to hold a grand wedding. Your father considered my feelings and refused. At that time, your mother was dressed in expensive jewelry, escorted by a large wedding procession from the port to home. She attracted the attention of thousands of people along the way, and even today, this wedding is still the talk of many Turii. Only then did Cynthia remember that when Kristoya and Devers got married, it was precisely when Amendalar was retaken from the Lacanians. Everyone's thoughts were on how to establish a foothold in Amendalar, recovering from the war and other urgent matters. Their marriage ceremony was very simple. They only attended the newly established Hera celebration. There was neither a grand wedding nor a banquet. Instead, they were accompanied by two burdens, Cynthia and her brother Adoris. Thinking of this, Cynthia immediately put down the jewelry and intimately hugged Kristoya with both hands. "Mother, what is this old thing you gave me? My marriage was simple back then, and I didn't have many things, only this." Kristoya sighed again and picked up a belt from the bed. Cynthia immediately noticed something special about the belt. Although it looked a little old, it felt very good and light to the touch. The embroidery on it was also very exquisite, and the thread used was not ordinary. It was something she had never seen before. The entire belt was colorful, but it did not look tacky at all. Instead, it looked very luxurious. Kristoya saw Cynthia staring at the belt, and she felt a little emotional. She stroked the belt and said softly, "This is a belt of the Persia royal family. It once protected me from being captured by the Persia soldiers, and it also protected me from meeting your father. It protected me from escaping Persia, and it protected me from following your father to Greece and eventually marrying him. Now I give it to you." Chapter 647. Mother, this belt is too important to you. I can't take it. Cynthia realized the meaning behind the belt and hurriedly handed it back to Kristoya. "Take it, I don't need it anymore. And it will continue to protect you, my daughter." Crystal smiled. Now that she was the queen of Dionia, she had endless wealth, a beloved husband, and smart and sensible children. She would cut off all ties with her past. Kristoya handed the belt back to Cynthia, then pointed to the long wedding dress and beautiful gown on the bed and said, "These are from your father. They're the best fabrics from Persia, then embroidered for you by the best weavers in the kingdom." Cynthia's eyes reddened when she saw this. She hugged Crystal tightly and said emotionally, "Mother, There were thousands of words in her heart, but they were all stuck in her throat. Kristoya gently stroked her face and said softly, "Silly girl, your father and I have always regarded you as our own daughter. These things can only express our feelings a little. We are reluctant to marry you off. Because of the marriage custom, adult men are not allowed to enter your bedroom at this time. Your father asked me to tell you something. He hopes that after you marry into the Patroclus family, you won't treat others arrogantly because of your status. Instead, you should try your best to be a good hostess, take care of the house, and be filial to your in-laws." Cynthia nodded vigorously with every word Kristosia said. The two chatted for a while before Kristosia left the room. Cynthia wiped away her tears and stared at the wedding accessories on the bed in a daze. At this time, the door opened a little and a small head popped in. "Sister, come in." Cynthia quickly waved. Eunice rushed in with Olivia. "Sister, it's boring to stay in the room alone. We'll keep you company." "Thank you, Eunice. You're so sensible." "Sister Cynthia, will we see you often after you get married?" "Of course you can. As long as you don't oversleep in the future. I will come back to see you often, Olivia." I won't sleep in any more." "Sister, don't forget about me. You have to come back and see me often." "As long as you don't bully your classmates anymore, I'll come back to see you." "When did I bully a classmate?" Sister Cynthia, what's this? The sharp-eyed Avria saw the bra strap beside Cynthia's hand and asked curiously, "This is—" Cynthia didn't know how to answer. Eunice cried out, I know. This is the Aphrodite bra, belt that can make people beautiful. Every time my mom and dad slept together, they would secretly take it with them. I asked my mother, and she said I'm still young and can only wear it when I grow up. Then where is it worn? Avria was even more curious. How stupid! Eunice looked like she knew everything. She patted her chest and said to her sister, Avria, of course it's worn under my clothes to protect this place. Look at me, it's bulging. I have a little here too. You don't have it yet, but you'll have it when you grow up. Then you can use this bra strap. Hearing her two younger sisters talking about inappropriate topics, Cynthia was both amused and embarrassed. She quickly said, Eunice, Avria, I'm going to start wearing my wedding dress. Can the two of you help me dress up? Okay. The two of them shouted excitedly. Just then, there was a light knock on the door. Who is it? Eunice rushed to shout. The person outside the door probably didn't expect there to be someone else in the room. After a while, he carefully said, It's me, Crodo. Ah, Eunice suddenly shouted. Ah, Avria shouted after her sister. Brother, you can't come in. Mom said that men can't enter a wedding room. That's for adult men. Cynthia knocked Eunice's head lightly, reprimanding her for making a fuss. She had nothing to hide from her brother, Crodo, who she had taken care of since he was young. She just stuffed the bra strap under the blanket and said, Come in, Crodo. Crodocatax walked into the room with an uneasy expression. Seeing Cynthia sitting on the red wedding bed and smiling at him, he had mixed feelings. He couldn't describe what he was feeling. He coughed twice, but his voice sounded dry. Sister, tonight is your wedding, because I have to accompany Father to the palace to entertain the elders who are attending the wedding banquet. I can't join the wedding procession. This is my wedding gift for you. Crodocatax had just taken out the gift from under his armpit when Eunice snatched it. Wow, what a beautiful helmet. Eunice held it with both hands. Indeed, it was a silver-white army-style helmet. Not only was it made more intricately, there were also many decorations added to it. It looked both beautiful and practical. Only the crown didn't have a tassel. It was obvious that it was intended for the future owner to do it themselves. This helmet is for Sister's husband, right? I heard from Father that he is an excellent warrior. Eunice said as she passed the helmet to Cynthia. Thank you, Crodo. Cynthia happily took the gift and reminded him, I'm leaving. Take good care of Father and Mother, and look after these little fellows. Don't worry. Crodocatax forced a smile. Just as he replied, Eunice complained, I'm almost grown up. I don't need anyone to look after me. Cynthia's smile didn't change. Her right hand lightly knocked on Eunice's head again. Seeing Eunice deliberately cover her head and exaggerate the pain, Crodocatax revealed a rare smile. I hope that claws can protect you, like this helmet protects him forever. Crodocatax said with difficulty. These words made Cynthia's tears flow out of her eyes. Brides were always restless and sensitive before they got married. She suddenly stood up and walked towards Crodo, giving him a tight hug. Crodocatax hesitated for a moment before hugging her gently as well. Listening to her crying, he finally said sincerely, I wish you happiness, Cynthia. The female slave came to Kristoya's side and whispered a few words. Kristoya heaved a sigh of relief. After the female slave left, she said to Agnes, who was sitting opposite her, Crodo took the helmet to Cynthia's room and left very quickly. The female slave said that he was calm and that nothing special happened. Sister, I told you that nothing happened. Little Crodo is so sensible and has strong self-control. After some time, he'll be able to completely overcome the effects of this matter. Don't worry. Agnes comforted her. Although Crodocatax's birth mother was Kristoya, Crodo had been closer to Agnes since he was young. There were some things he was more willing to tell Agnes, including his liking for Cynthia. Agnes was the first to sense it, so she understood the child better. Kristoya sighed. I hope so. Tell me, when Croto comes of age, should I find a marriage for him as soon as possible? Sister, with little Croto status, I'm afraid you can't make the decision, Agnes reminded her. She had experienced it firsthand. Back then, she had been sent to Turiai by her father without knowing anything. Fortunately, Artenis had protected her. You're right. I've been too worried. Kristoya lightly slapped her forehead. Indeed, Clotho's marriage affected the stability and interests of the kingdom. Even the Senate would interfere. Sister, there's something I want you to help me with. Agnes muttered. Speak. Kristoya was curious. Usually, Agnes had no desires other than her children and the Devers. It was rare to see her so serious. I've been in charge of Hera's main temple for the past 2 years, and I feel that I'm not as energetic as before. Cynthia is married now. I want her to come to Hera's temple to help me and take over the position of High Priestess. Sister, it's like you said just now. You can't decide the position of High Priestess of Hera's temple alone. You have to discuss it with our husbands first. Kristoya reminded her. Agnes stared blankly and immediately fell silent. On the other hand, Kristoya covered her face with her left hand and sighed faintly. Yes, we're all old. With her 2 younger sisters by her side, time passed quickly. Night had already fallen, and Cynthia ate 2 bowls of seafood oatmeal to fill her stomach. Kristoya came in and took the 2 little ones away. With the help of the female slave, Cynthia put on her wedding dress. She began to feel nervous again, as she knew that the wedding procession was about to arrive. Fortunately, many Dionia families had abandoned the civil marriage tradition of the Greek city-states. Before they married, young girls would see their future husbands in advance. Cynthia had been in love with Patroclus for many years, and did not need to worry about whether her husband was ugly or not. At this moment, she faintly heard the clamor outside the building. Her personal slave ran in and said excitedly, "Young master, he's here! He's here!" And so, Cynthia hurriedly covered her wedding dress. As she waited, she felt that time was very long. Soon, she heard the door open, and a familiar voice sounded in her ear. "Cynthia, I'm here." She could not help but stand up and extend her hand. Chapter 648. According to Greek custom, the groom's relatives and friends should be waiting in the drawing room to welcome the bride. However, for the safety of the Devers and the king's family, it was to prevent the welcoming party from being too large and too mixed. Thus, it was decided in advance that the welcoming party would wait outside the mansion. Thus, Cynthia met servants and employees all the way from the drawing room to the gate. They held torches and stood by the side of the road, illuminating the way for the couple and offering their sincere blessings. Out of the mansion door, Cynthia heard loud cheers immediately ringing in her ears. Through the hazy wedding dress, Cynthia saw that there were figures all around her. They were dancing and competing to say good things like, "The bride is beautiful," "The groom is handsome," and so on, brightly lit by candles in the open space in front of the mansion. Amidst the praises, Patroclus held Cynthia's hand and boarded a carriage drawn by 4 horses. After entering the carriage, Cynthia lifted the wedding dress. Patroclus looked at her unusually delicate and beautiful face and could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Cynthia, you're so beautiful! Even more beautiful than Aphrodite." "Shoo, don't talk nonsense," Cynthia hurriedly reminded him. After all, that goddess was not very broad-minded. Although she said that, Cynthia was very happy in her heart and tightly grasped Patroclus's hand. The welcoming party followed closely behind the carriage, automatically forming into long lines. "Let's go." On the road, Badian, No Yuan Yen, Barium and Ihonrin, School, Tadao Baldi Juwei, Shina Si Chong, Thistle ramming that target Xan Shu. At this moment, The musicians in the procession began to play the double-barreled flute and the seven-string zither, and everyone sang the wedding hymn. Among these people who sang, there were two special people. They were Crystal and Agnes. As Cynthia's two mothers, they had to accompany their daughter for the last part of the journey before the wedding. But as the two princesses of the kingdom, their safety must be guaranteed. Thus, they were at the front of the procession, surrounded by palace guards. They were also holding torches in their hands. And the origin of these two torches was not simple, because they came from the fireplace in the house, symbolically protecting their daughter from one family and one identity to another, and then changing into another identity. Although the kitchen god, Hesti, was not one of the 12 main gods, he had a very important position in the lives of the people. Patroclus's house was on the outskirts of the southern city of Turis, so the bridal procession had to first go east from the king's mansion in the western inner city, pass through the Plaza of Victory to the eastern inner city, then turn south, cross the great stone bridge of Krati, leave the southern city and walk along the river for a while. It wasn't a short distance, and Christoia and Agnes had never walked so far in all these years. This time, for Cynthia, they had done their duty as mothers. Such a long line of lights passing through the city was naturally very eye-catching. There was a continuous stream of people who heard the news, and after congratulating the newlyweds in the carriage and bowing to the two princesses, they followed behind the procession. By the time they reached the stone bridge, the bridal procession had practically turned into a night parade of the people of the city, which showed that the royal family of Devers was deeply loved by the people. On this night, the king's family and the people of Dionia were intimately one, regardless of their status. When the guards informed them that they were about to reach Patroclus's house, Christoia and Agnes looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief, using their free left hands to beat their somewhat numb legs in unison. The carriage stopped, but the newlyweds could not get off yet. The two princesses walked forward. Patroclus's residence had long since been decorated with garlands made of pomegranate, olive, and laurel tree branches, as well as all sorts of fresh flowers. There were piles of bonfires lit in front of the house, and it was also brightly lit. Patroclus's mother and other friends and relatives were waiting at the door, and were shocked to see the mighty bridal procession. Patroclus's father had already been invited to the palace for a banquet. They then hurriedly went forward to welcome the two princesses. Christoia and Agnes returned Patroclus's mother's greeting, and smiled as they comforted the in-laws who seemed rather nervous because of their lowly origins. "From now on, we're one family." Patroclus's mother nodded, and raised the torch with trembling hands. Christoia and Agnes had solemn expressions as they used the torches in their hands to light it, and the final handover was completed. In traditional Greek weddings, the entire process of passing the torch was essential. Therefore, there was an old saying in Greece that described an illegal marriage as a wedding without torches. However, in Dionia, newlyweds received Hera's blessing and were registered in the city hall, and were legally married. This wedding was just a form of respect for tradition. Patroclus, wearing a crown of flowers, led Cynthia out of the carriage. Cynthia could still see the two mothers standing by the roadside amidst the cheers, even though she was wearing a wedding gown. Her eyes suddenly turned red again. Christoia went forward to hug her and whispered in her ear, "Remember what I said." Cynthia nodded vigorously. She didn't dare open her mouth, afraid that she would cry if she spoke. Agnes also went forward to hug her and gave her heartfelt blessings. "Child, live well with Patroclus. Hera will protect you." Cynthia still nodded. Patroclus also went forward and bowed deeply. The two princesses calmly accepted it. Christoia said somewhat sternly, "I'll leave Cynthia to you. Treat her well." Patroclus repeatedly said yes, and then brought Cynthia to the residence. Surrounded by friends and family, they walked to the stove in the house. This was the symbolic center of the family. The guests threw the nuts they had prepared at the newlyweds. At the same time, Patroclus's mother gave Cynthia a red date and a traditional wedding cake made of sesame and honey. These two things symbolized more fertility. Cynthia lifted her wedding gown, slightly and ate them. This meant that Cynthia had become a member of the family. Amid the guests' blessings, Patroclus brought Cynthia into the bridal room. He couldn't wait to pull her to the bed, wanting to help her take off her wedding gown quickly. There are still people outside. Cynthia said shyly, "Don't worry, with Stephos guarding outside, no one will dare to come in." Stephos? Are he and Gydia going to get married soon? Cynthia asked curiously. Today is our wedding. Why care about them? As Cynthia screamed, Patroclus carried her to the bed. Outside the door, the relatives and friends sang the wedding hymn at the top of their voices, working together to scare away the evil spirits. Soon, the huge wedding procession outside the residence joined in. The magnificent singing resounded through the tourist night. While almost all the people in the city were sending off Princess Cynthia of Dionia, the senators of the Senate gathered at the Palace of Dionia to attend the banquet held by the king and Devers in the name of the wedding. Except for a few senators who were far away as governors or could not leave due to important matters, the rest were all present. The Devers spent their own money to set up nearly 100 dining tables, filling the entire hall of the palace. They also let their son, Crotocatax, be the banquet manager, instructing his subordinates and servants to serve the senators well. For the past 10 years, the Devers had hosted a banquet for all the senators. This was the first time he used this opportunity to express his gratitude to the Senate for their efforts for the kingdom over the years. It was also the first time he allowed his eldest son, Crotocatax, to appear alone in front of the highest officials of the kingdom on such an informal occasion. Under the deliberate arrangement of the Devers and the intentional flattery of the senators, the atmosphere of the banquet was very warm and lasted until late at night. Many senators were drunk, especially Patroclus' father, Polyandrus. As one of the protagonists of the banquet and the only distinguished guest who was not a senator, he certainly could not refuse every senator who came to toast and congratulate him. He kept drinking glass after glass of wine and soon became drunk, vomiting all over the floor. With the authority of the Devers, no senator dared to force him to drink, so he remained sober when the banquet ended. As for Crotocatax, he was still underage, and the senators were too embarrassed to force him to drink, so he did not touch a single drop of alcohol. After sending off the guests, the Devers took Crotocatax home on foot under the protection of the palace guards. The palace and the mansion, one at the foot of the mountain and the other at the top, were less than 80 meters apart, connected by a wide and flat road. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse and the weather was cool. The slightly drunk Devers walked on the road with a gentle slope. The surroundings were quiet and the river breeze was gentle, making him feel quite comfortable. He turned his head and looked at his son beside him. "Why are you still angry?" "Father, those senators from Downey scolded you under the pretext of being drunk. Aren't you going to punish them further?" Crotocatax said angrily, "Then what do you think we should do? Flog them or put them in jail?" The Devers smiled and comforted him. "They are drunk, so they can be forgiven for saying drunken things." Crotocatax said worriedly, "But I can see that they are dissatisfied with you. I am worried that they will." Chapter 649. After listening to this, Crotocatax also realized something. He hurriedly asked in a humble manner, "Father, how can I control my temper?" "The main thing is that you have to have confidence. This confidence comes from your ability and your strength. Ability can be obtained through continuous learning and practice. I believe that you can handle any problems that arise. As for strength, you see." Devers turned around and pointed at the towering palace. He said in a low voice, "I have the powerful legion of Dionysia behind me, and millions of people who love me. The insults of the elders are like dogs facing lions. They can't hurt me, so why should I care? I can also take the opportunity to show my kindness and generosity." Devers taught his child without reservation. Crotocatax was deep in thought. After walking for a while, Devers suddenly sighed. "Time flies. You've all grown up. In the blink of an eye, Cynthia is married. How lively! When I was your age, I was still herding cattle and sheep in Thessaly. At that time, there was a girl who was a few years older than me. She took good care of me. I liked her. What happened next?" Crotocatax's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "What next?" Devers pretended to be ignorant. "That girl. Next." Devers pretended to recall and said, "She married my employer's son, and I married your two mothers. Now that I think about it, I was too young at that time. She was the only young girl I could come into contact with. Liking her was just a youthful impulse and gratitude. In fact, she never liked me. The real marriage that the god of love gave me did not come until I met your mother." Devers pretended to be emotional as he finished the story he made up. Crotocatax fell silent. The father and son walked up the hill quietly. Devers did not go straight into the mansion. Instead, he turned around and looked down at the city of Turin. Crotocatax had to stop in his tracks. It was already late at night, and it was almost impossible to see any lights in the city. The bright moon hung high in the night sky, emitting a bright silver light. Without the obstruction of clouds and mist, it appeared even brighter. Under the moonlight, the houses of various sizes stretched far into the distance. It was quiet and serene. Occasionally, the barking of dogs echoed in the night sky. "What a great city!" Devers looked at the scene and said with a sigh, "Croto, do you know how you got your name?" "I know. When I was born, Crotone's army attacked. Father, you led your army to defeat them and force them to sign an alliance. That's how I got my name." Crotone's voice was filled with pride when Catax replied, "I was elected by the people. They hope that I can lead them to protect their beautiful homeland. One day, when I grow old, this position will be inherited by you. Protect the safety of the kingdom, protect the interests of the people, and ensure that all the cities in the kingdom can be as peaceful and quiet as Turin tonight. These will be your responsibilities." Devers pointed at the city below the hill with his left hand and pressed his right hand on Crotocatax's shoulder. He said in a deep and sincere voice, "This is a great responsibility. It concerns the lives and happiness of millions of people in the kingdom of Dionia. My child, you don't have much free time. You must always be prepared for this." Devers's words made Crotocatax feel unusually heavy. He looked down at the quiet city below the hill. After a long time, determination gradually appeared in his somewhat perplexed eyes. The people of Turin were happy in April. After the lively celebration of Hera and the marriage of Princess Cynthia, it was the start of the Hellenic Scholar Conference. Although most of the hard-working, ordinary people of Dionia did not care much about it, it was undoubtedly an unprecedented academic event for the scholars, teachers, students, and even the Hellenic people who loved knowledge. They poured into Turin from all directions of the kingdom, and even from all directions of the Mediterranean Sea. The whole Turin region became lively again. Not only were the hotels in the city and the port full, but many Turin people also accepted outsiders to stay in their homes, thus earning a small sum of money. Consumption increased and business taxes skyrocketed. Turin enjoyed the benefits of being the central city of the kingdom. Eurypus was a merchant from Agrigento. He often came to Turin to buy large quantities of wine and sell them on the southern coast of Sicily. He was very familiar with the port of Turin. But today, when he arrived at the port, he found the surrounding situation was very different from the past. On the west side of the port, many young people in white robes were looking at the port, holding a wooden sign in their hands that read Dionia Academy. They were also surrounded by many people, almost blocking the entrance to the west side of the port. There was a patrol team on the side, but they did not stop them to ensure that the road was clear. Instead, they ordered the laborers to take a detour to the east side of the port. Eurypus, who had been doing business in Turin for many years, had a better understanding of the situation here. He knew that there were only two types of people in Turin who wore pure white robes. One was the priests of the temple, and the other was the teachers and students of the academy. The outstanding young students of the Dionia Academy would be asked to teach at the school. The people in white robes at the port obviously did not have the solemn and peaceful temperament of the priests of the Hades, so they were most likely the teachers. "Excuse me, is there anything big happening in Turin recently? Why are there so many teachers at the port?" Europe's curiously asked a person on the side of the road who was also looking at the port. As a merchant, curiosity was a necessary quality to be able to find business opportunities. "You're not from Dionia, are you? Who in the kingdom doesn't know that the Dionia Academy of Turin is about to hold a conference of scholars in Greece? This is a big event that will shake the whole of Greece." The Turin said proudly, "Many famous scholars from various cities have arrived in Turin these days, and those young people are here to welcome them. Yesterday I saw Lord Ansatenos personally welcoming Corbus from Thebes and Antisthenes from Athens. I wonder which famous scholar will come today." As he spoke, he suddenly looked surprised. Lord Herpes and Lord Stesichodes, why are they here? At this moment, these two respected elders of Dionia, who had saved countless lives, Stesichodes was also elected to the Senate due to the suggestion of the Devers a few years ago, who were already over 50 years old, were hurrying to the port with a group of doctors. Not only were the people curious, even the young teachers who were in charge of welcoming the scholars were surprised. Who would make these two elders spend their precious time on medical treatment and research to come here? Hundreds and thousands of pairs of eyes looked at the pier where Herpes and the others were hurrying to. They saw a white-haired old man disembarking from the passenger ship that had just docked, walking slowly to the shore with the help of others. Herpes looked at the old man, his heart full of emotions. Back then, it was because of the old man's inspiration that he was determined to become a doctor, and even prepared to go to Coco's Island to learn medicine from him. In the end, he met the Devers by chance, and it made him who he was today. But even though he had achieved success today, his heart was still full of respect for the old man. Herpes quickly walked up to him, shouting excitedly, "Teacher, Hippocrates!" The old man opened his turbid eyes, looking puzzled at the group of people hurrying to him. "You are—" "My name is Herpes, and this is Stesichodes, a doctor from Dionia." Herpes introduced, loudly. Hippocrates cupped his ear with his right hand, listening carefully, and then revealed a knowing smile. "Oh, you must be the authors of Human Anatomy. You're so great. Please don't call me teacher. You're my teachers. Teacher Hippocrates, please don't say that. In the tradition of Dionia's Academy of Medicine, any doctor with rich medical experience and unique ideas in medicine must be addressed as teacher, not to mention that you're the pioneer who helped us get rid of ignorance and use careful thinking to explore the source of diseases. The doctor's oath you wrote has been engraved in the hearts of all doctors in Dionia. You're our well-deserved teacher." After Herpes finished speaking, the doctors behind him recited in unison, "I'll abide by the oath, and I'll never change my mind. I'll respect the teacher who taught me medicine like a parent. I'll carefully impart medical knowledge to my students. I'll do my best to take medical measures that I think are beneficial to the patients and not to bring pain or harm to the patients. I won't give poison to anyone, and I'll never instruct others to use it. I want to practice medicine and live a clean life. No matter who I enter, I'll only treat patients. I won't do whatever I want. I won't accept bribes. I won't seduce the opposite sex. I won't see or hear anything about my private life that shouldn't be told to others." The loud voices of the doctors rang out at the pier, reaching the ears of the onlookers. One of the teachers shouted excitedly, "I know who he is! Hippocrates! He's Hippocrates!" Chapter 650. Moreover, the Dionia Academy was also open to the outside world. Every day, there was a fixed quota for the knowledgeable citizens of Dionia to enter the academy. Therefore, many people had listened to the lectures of the Academy of Medicine, especially the A Brief History of Medical Development. Because the content was vivid and interesting and it did not involve professional medical terminology, many people could still remember it vividly. This course focused on Hippocrates. Oh, he's the Hippocrates who is known as Dionia Academy of Medicine in the West and Hippocrates in the East. I heard that he went in and out of the plague site many times to seek a cure and save the sick Greek citizens, even at the cost of his own life. This is a good man with noble morals. I also heard that he set up a clinic on Kos Island and did not charge the poor for treatment. He saved many people. The Greek city-states of the eastern Mediterranean don't have hospitals all over the city like Dionia, nor do they have so many professionally trained doctors. Without Hippocrates, they would live in fear of disease. No, I think it's mainly because the Greeks of the eastern Mediterranean don't believe in Hades, so they can't get its protection. Well, you're right. The onlookers discussed excitedly while spontaneously applauding. Teacher Hippocrates. Helps pointed to the large crowd of applauding audience on the dock and said excitedly, "The people of Dionia are warmly welcoming your arrival, and we're also ready to listen to your lecture." Hippocrates hurriedly waved his hand and said humbly, "I dare not say that I'm going to lecture. I'm here for exchange and learning. I've long heard that medicine is very prosperous in the kingdom of Dionia, and there's even a king who is well versed in medicine and strongly supports medical research. I've carefully read the book Human Anatomy that you brought when you invited me. You've studied the human bones, muscles, organs, blood vessels to such a profound level. Amazing, amazing. Also, the human blood circulation theory, with only a little more than 100 words, has solved my many years of confusion. Unfortunately, there's only a little bit, and you've just begun to study it. Sigh, I should have come earlier. I should have come earlier." Hippocrates couldn't help but sigh. Although he was old, his thoughts were clear, and his speech was clear. Stesicodes and Helps looked at each other and said with a smile, "The human blood circulation theory is almost complete and is waiting for your criticism. There are also new models of human bodies, various new surgical instruments, tens of thousands of medical cases of various diseases. They are all placed in the Dionia School of Medicine. We're waiting for you to watch, read, and communicate with us. We heard that you've done in-depth research in many aspects such as skull surgery, epilepsy treatment, plague prevention, and so on. We really want to." Stesicodes' words made Hippocrates' eyes light up. Before he could finish, the old man grabbed Help's hand with agility no less than a young man's and said excitedly, "Where's the Dionia School of Medicine? Take me there. Take me there." As he spoke, he hurriedly walked forward, even forgetting to introduce his two proud acolytes. Helps took the opportunity to support him. A large group of doctors walked through the port area, attracting the curious gazes of countless people. They brushed past Matyrus and Mentodicus, who hurried over. Although the two senators who rushed over were curious as to why everyone from the School of Medicine had come out in full force under the suggestion of Devers a few years ago, they didn't have the mood to ask. They rushed to the exit of the port and asked the students who were waiting, "Is he here?" The students shook their heads. "A fast ship informed us that the passenger ship he took has entered the Taranto Bay." Matyrus scratched his head in annoyance. "Don't worry, wait a little longer." Mentodicus comforted him. The two of them talked, but they didn't know that the people around them were surprised to see them. Though they were not as popular among the populace as Helps and Stesicodes, they were respected by the port laborers, for the pulley boom, which had been perfected many times by Matyrus, was the design of Matyrus, which greatly reduced the amount of work they had to do in loading and unloading cargo and minimized the possibility of injury. Many sailors at the port also knew that Matyrus was also using the buoyancy theory he invented to experiment with a wooden hull covered with a thin sheet of iron to make it float on the water. In that case, who were these two knowledgeable scholars coming together to welcome? The people were full of anticipation. At this time, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man came to the front of the welcoming line and asked, "Excuse me, are you in charge of the Hellenic Scholar Conference?" "Yes, and you are?" a student asked. The middle-aged man smiled. "My name is Chinsterion, a scholar from Aldra." Aldra. Hearing this name, Matyrus immediately asked loudly, "What is your relationship with Democritus?" Democritus is my respected teacher, Chinsterian said apologetically. I want to apologize to you. My teacher originally promised to participate in this conference, but he caught a cold a few days before the departure, and his body hasn't recovered well. He is already 78 years old, and he really can adapt to such a long journey by ship. Not only did his family persuade him, but even the counselors of the city came to persuade him. In the end, he could only give up the idea of coming to participate in the conference and sent me to Turiai to represent him in the academic exchange. I hope to receive your understanding. That's really a pity. I still want to have a good exchange with him about the calculation methods and knowledge of cones, spheres, these geometric aspects. Matthias grabbed his hair regretfully. Mentodicus quickly said, We really didn't think it through enough. The old teacher, Democritus, really can adapt to such a long journey. I believe he can send you, Chinsterian. You must be his best student, and we will listen to your wonderful speech. Yes, that's right. After all, Matthias had been the deputy dean of the School of Mathematics for so many years, and he wasn't without any emotional intelligence. He sincerely said to Chinsterian, I look forward to exchanging knowledge with you in mathematics, physics, astronomy, and other aspects. As for philosophy, Gorgias and the others will definitely warmly invite you, but that will have to wait until after your speech and exchange at the School of Mathematics. Chinsterian quickly said a few humble words, and everyone quickly became familiar with each other. They chatted and laughed as they walked out of the port. Matthias's voice was very loud just now, and the onlookers all heard the name Democritus. A merchant from the Ionian region exclaimed, Democritus! Dionia actually invited Democritus. Someone next to him quickly asked, Who is Democritus? You people in the Western Mediterranean may not know much about him, but the Greeks in the Eastern Mediterranean, especially the Greeks in Asia Minor and Ionia, know him as long as they can read. He lives in the Greek colonial city of Aldra in Thrace, and he is a very knowledgeable scholar. It is said that he knows about nature, philosophy, astronomy, geography, mathematics, physics, animals, medicine, law, politics. Countless young Greeks went to Aldra to ask him for advice, and all of them returned satisfied. Even the king of Persia has heard of his reputation, and wrote a letter inviting him to Babylon to give lectures, but he refused. I've also heard that even though Democritus was a great scholar, he was humorous and kind to people. He could explain complicated issues in a lively and interesting manner. Many Greeks who learned from him had nothing but praises for him when they came back. They even called him the omniscient god. The merchant proudly recounted the stories he had heard about Democritus. The people around were fascinated by the story, and they could not help but sigh. It's a pity that this great scholar can't come. Look, Lord Ansitanos is here, and the eloquent Lysias. The onlookers of Turiai exclaimed again. As the first senator of the kingdom and the writer of the history of Magna Graecia, Ansitanos was deeply respected by the people. Lysias was equally famous in Dionysia. Not only did he compose the hymns at the various celebrations every year, but he also became famous as a defense lawyer in the trial of Laodicean. Many youths wanted to learn how to debate under his tutelage. Many people who had committed crimes wanted to hire him to defend them. Now, his house was crowded with visitors every day. Therefore, wherever they passed, the people would salute and greet them. Plato got off the passenger ship, but he did not leave the dock in a hurry. Instead, he carefully observed the situation of the port. He found that although the port of Turiai was not as large as the port of Piraeus in Athens, and its location was not very good, it was almost as busy as Piraeus. Moreover, the cleanliness of the dock and the various facilities and equipment were much better than Piraeus, especially the cranes erected on the trestle, which attracted a lot of his attention. Various merchant ships and passenger ships entered and left the port, docked at the dock, and loaded and unloaded goods. How could the laborers, sailors, and passengers not interfere with each other? Could the entire dock operate effectively and maintain good order? By observing these, one could see the level of management of a city. Obviously, the busy but orderly scene of the port of Thurii made Plato secretly nod. At this time Visippus reminded him, "Teacher, it may be the people from the Dionia Academy coming to greet us." Chapter 651. Plato was stunned for a moment before revealing a smile. "Lysias, it's nice to see you again. You've put on weight. I almost didn't recognize you." Indeed, Lysias was living good life and had a successful career. He was no longer the person he used to write defense speeches and earn a living in Athens. He patted his protruding belly that was covered by the gorgeous Bolton coat and sighed with a seemingly helpless but secretly proud look. "I'm getting older, but I'm getting fatter. I can't cut it no matter how hard I try. There's really no other way." Plato replied with a smile, "That's because your experience and knowledge will increase as you age." Lysias laughed after being praised by Plato. He pointed to the person next to him and said enthusiastically, "Let me introduce to you. This is the senator of Dionia and the main organizer of this all-Greek scholars' conference, Ancitaros." Could it be Ancitaros who wrote History of Magna Graecia? Plato asked in surprise. "History of Magna Graecia was written by me, but it's barely readable," Ancitanos said modestly. "Unlike Plato, your republic shocked all the scholars in Greece. Even our King Devers was full of praise for your book. He said that it was a wonderful political book and praised you as the great Plato." Ancitaros' praise made Plato a little embarrassed. He said frankly, "This book was written by me after traveling in the Mediterranean Sea for 12 years, using the knowledge gained from observation and thinking. There are still many flaws and drawbacks, and I'm constantly improving it. In fact, when this book was written, it caused a lot of controversy and criticism in Athens because Plato criticized the drawbacks of the democratic system in the book." Plato then praised, on the other hand, the history of Magna Graecia, written by Lord Ancitaros, is plain and rigorous in textual research. It uses time as the vertical line and the events that happened in Greece at the same time as the horizontal line. It clearly describes the history of Greece for hundreds of years. I feel that it's not inferior to Thucydides' History of the War of Peloponnesus. It also allows our native Greek people to understand the difficult history of the Greek colonies in southern Italy for hundreds of years. I've already collected 3 copies in my library in the school. You two can stop praising each other. Let's leave this place quickly. Ancitaros, don't forget that the King of Devers is still waiting to meet Plato." Ancitaros urged. "Your king wants to meet me?" Plato was surprised. "Didn't I just say that King Divers admires you very much? The reason why he wants to meet you now is that the conference hasn't started yet, so it won't attract too much attention," Ancitanos explained. Plato thought about it and immediately understood. He smiled and said, "That's great. I was just about to meet the amazing king who created the miracle of Dionysia." Compared to the 2 scholars who came, there were more bystanders who recognized Plato. It was not because he was more famous at this time, but because it had only been a few years since he completed his tour of the major countries and city-states in the Mediterranean. Hippocrates and Democritus were already in their old age and rarely traveled far. For example, the merchant Euphrates of Agrigento had met Plato when he was doing business in Syracuse and Leontini when he was traveling to Sicily. At this moment, he looked at Plato's receding back and his imagination ran wild. The famous Greek doctor, Hippocrates the omniscient scholar, Democritus student, the famous scholar of Athens, Plato. In just half a day, Dionia had invited 3 famous scholars of the Greek world. The Greek Scholars' Conference held by Dionia would definitely be a gathering of scholars. It would probably be quite attractive. Did Thurii want to replace Athens and become the academic center of the Greek world? This great philosopher and thinker was called the father of philosophy by the Westerners in his previous life. When the Westerners talked about political and philosophical research, they even had a consensus that Plato is philosophy and philosophy is Plato. Therefore, divers had long been eager to meet him. Plato also hoped to meet the young king who made a small city-state quickly rise to become the most powerful Greek power in the Western Mediterranean Sea. He believed that it would be very helpful for him to perfect his political philosophy theory if he could consult him face to face about the political mystery of making a country strong quickly. Both of them were eager to meet each other. Thus, they met in the king's office in the palace of Dionia. Plato was not tall and had a strong physique. He was very different from the traditional China image of a talented scholar. As the young king who single-handedly created the powerful kingdom of Dionia, the Devers did not have much to do with the word handsome. But neither of them were ordinary people. They would not judge each other by their appearance. After looking at each other, Plato first said, "Your Majesty, I came here from the port. On the way, I found that there is a big difference between the citizens of Dionia and the citizens of other Greek city-states." He paused. Seeing the curious look on the Devers' face, he continued, "You don't have a beard. Is it intentional?" The Devers did not expect that Plato would ask such a question. He subconsciously touched his smooth chin and said with a smile, "This is because the people of Dionia have realized that having a long beard is not a good thing in these years of life. Our militia found that if their beards are too long, they can easily be caught by the enemy and get injured or even lose their lives. After research by the doctors of the Dionia School of Medicine, they found that if their beards are too long, some small things that we can't see will grow in them and cause us diseases if we don't wash them frequently. But frequent washing will consume a lot of energy and time, so it's better to shave them completely." After listening to the Devers' words, Plato also subconsciously stroked the thick beard on his chin. He muttered, "So the people of Dionia advocate practicality? For this reason, they are not even willing to follow the ancient Greek tradition?" The Devers smiled and said seriously, "We Greeks' understanding of the environment and nature has gradually become clearer and richer with the passage of time. The scholars of the ancient times certainly can't be compared with us now. So many of their views and understandings are simple and even wrong. So, of course, we must inherit the good Greek tradition. But why should we keep the bad tradition? Just like how other city-states lock their women in their homes. We, Dionia, give more freedom and equal education to our kingdom's women. Didn't you also call for equality between men and women in the Republic?" The Devers' words made Plato think as he listened, but he did not directly respond. Instead, he asked, "Your Majesty, since you said that you want to inherit the good Greek tradition and abandon the bad, then when you became king and turned the Union of Dionia into a kingdom, did you think that the monarchy is superior to other systems of government?" The Devers also did not directly answer his question. Instead, he looked at him and said seriously, "I've read your Republic, and I don't agree with your view that only philosophers are the best rulers of a city-state. Even letting philosophers rule will only make the city-state worse." Plato's eyes widened when he heard this, but he quickly calmed down and asked in a serious tone, "Why does your Majesty think so?" The Devers said unhurriedly, "We Greeks call philosophy the love of wisdom. It is a profound knowledge that explores the evolution of heaven and earth, society and the human world. To be called a philosopher, one must put all his heart and soul into it in order to obtain his own insightful understanding of the world. It is not an easy task, so where would he find the extra time to govern the country? Look at me here." The Devers pointed at the mountains of letters, proposals, and information on his desk and sighed. "These are the affairs of the kingdom that I have to deal with for the day. Apart from that, I also have to gather officials for discussions and participate in the Senate's discussion of various proposals. I have almost no free time today. Even meeting you, I have to plan in advance, and that's why I only have half an hour of free time. This also means that I have to go home late tonight, or some of the resolutions will not be approved in time and will have to be postponed until tomorrow. This not only means a reduction in administrative efficiency, but it may also mean that the lives of the people in a city or a region of the kingdom will be greatly affected. You see, to be a good king, he has no time to specialize in philosophy. He can only devote most of his energy to the complicated affairs of the city-state. The same is true for the governors of the various cities in my kingdom. Their power is equivalent to that of the rulers of other city-states. They must work diligently and down to earth to solve the practical problems of the city under their jurisdiction. If anyone spends their energy on studying instead of doing proper work, I don't have to replace him. The local councillors and civil officials will protest against him. Your Majesty, I am amazed by your diligence. Plato praised first, then calmly said, Since your Majesty has said that philosophy is the love of wisdom, then wisdom cannot be obtained by sitting there and daydreaming. It has to be refined from practice. When you encounter a problem in dealing with government affairs, you can think about it seriously, discover the rules, and finally find a solution. You can even refine this method into a system and generalize it. Isn't this the result of applying philosophy? Chapter 652. If the rulers of the city-states could learn through constant practice, instead of indulging in the pleasures of the flesh, they would be able to treat the people of the city with kindness. If they can treat the people of the city with kindness and can see the essence of things with keen vision and make laws about beauty, justice, and kindness that are beneficial to the citizens of the city and guide the people to abide by it and protect it, then, of course, they are philosophers. There's no doubt about it. Plato said firmly. Devers knew that Plato had expanded the concept of a philosopher, but he felt that there was no need to refute it directly. Instead, he changed the topic. In the book, The Republic, you said that a true philosopher should have love, truth but not falsehood, temperance but not greed for pleasure, open-minded, magnanimous, courageous and not afraid of death, fair and virtuous, intelligent and studious, born harmonious, and has a sense of propriety. In other words, he should be a perfect, benevolent person. Only such a philosopher can be a true ruler of the country. Is that right? Yes, that's basically it, Plato said calmly. He then added, but it's very difficult to achieve now. Why is it difficult to achieve now? Devers asked. Because there is no stage in the current city-states for philosophers to display their talents in governing a country. Plato replied with a slightly agitated tone. Some so-called wise men only know how to please and cater to the people at the city-states General Assembly, attacking philosophers who truly pursue the truth of things, because truth is always more difficult for the people to accept than falsehood. Philosophers are not welcomed by the people of the city. The harsh environment of the city tempted talented young people, causing them to become ambitious. They would rather learn flowery words to cater to the people to earn power and wealth, rather than go through the hard training of slaves to gain rationality. As a result, there are fewer and fewer true philosophers. It's like falling into a herd of beasts. They are not willing to participate in evil, but they can't fight against all the beasts alone, so they can only remain silent and only focus on their own matters. So you wrote The Republic, but it doesn't actually exist in reality, Devers said as if he had understood something. No, it will exist one day, Plato said with determination. For this reason, I built Academy of Academy. Devers was shaken by Plato's words. Looking at the philosopher who was called a great in his previous life, Devers deeply felt his determination to fight for his ideas for the rest of his life. This reminded him of another great philosopher who was from the same era as Plato in his previous life and had influenced China for more than 2,000 years. They were the same kind of people, which was why they could achieve greatness. With that in mind, Devers no longer made things difficult for Lin in the book. Instead, he calmly asked for advice. In the book, you mentioned that a strict division of labor is the first principle of establishing an ideal city-state. Rulers, protectors, farmers, and craftsmen should each perform their duties to ensure the order of the country and everyone's happiness. However, you didn't seem to consider the slaves and foreigners who made up the majority of the population in the city-state. This may be a huge hidden danger. Because the slaves and foreigners also have their own political demands. If the city-state cannot give them what they want, they will bring great damage to the order of the city-state. During the War of Peloponnesus, Athens, which should have been united against foreign enemies, suffered a great blow when more than 20,000 miners and slaves escaped. When Syracuse under Dionysius fought against Ionia, the free citizens of Syracuse, who had been discriminated against, rebelled and overthrew Dionysius's rule. In addition, if you divided the citizens of a city into several classes, farmers could only work in agriculture, craftsmen could only work in handicrafts, and guardians could only participate in war. Wasn't such a division too idealistic and rigid? Because most of the people have the desire to obtain a better status in the city-state. Farmers and craftsmen may also want to become guardians, and guardians also want to become rulers. Whether they can do it or not, you should give them the possibility to achieve their wishes in advance, so that the different classes of the entire city-state can maintain a kind of mobility. Only then will the people of the city-state be full of vitality. Don't you want to know the reason why Dionia became so powerful so quickly? This is one of the reasons. The Devers and Plato exchanged their opinions and views on the city-state system. Sometimes they argued fiercely. Sometimes they discussed calmly. Both of them were very engrossed in the conversation. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. It was not until the clerk, Henepolis, reminded that the Devers had no choice but to stop the conversation. He apologized to Plato that he still had important matters to attend to, so the conversation had to end here. Plato showed a look of regret. From the initial inattentiveness when he was received to the present, he had indeed benefited a lot from this conversation. At this moment, he sincerely requested, "Your Majesty Devers, can you promise me a request?" "Go ahead." "Can you allow me to visit the actual operation of the various institutions under the Kingdom of Dionia, such as the schools you mentioned just now, the inspection department, the construction department, and the officials management committee that evaluates and recruits public officials? Of course, that's not a problem." The Devers readily agreed and said, "This is my clerk, Henepolis, a senator of the Senate of Dionia. After your speech in the academy, Plato will lead you around Turiae." Plato immediately expressed his gratitude. After he left, Henepolis asked doubtfully, "Your Majesty, do you really want Plato to visit our administrative institutions in detail?" "Of course. Plato is a well-known scholar in all of Greece, and he even built his own academy. I hope that he will promote the superiority of the Kingdom of Dionia in Greece and spread the name of Dionia," the Devers said without hesitation. "But this might allow the other city-states to secretly learn our system," said Henepolis with slight worry. The Devers laughed. "Henny, you can secretly learn the crafting of weapons. You can secretly learn the crafting of handicrafts. But it's very difficult to secretly learn the political system, especially for the city-states that have been established for a long time. They have many traditional and powerful forces. If you want to change the political system, it will definitely harm their interests. When that happens, a bloody riot will be unavoidable. Herolas of Syracuse is a good example. That's why I say different people wear different kinds of shoes. You can't just do whatever you want." There was no official opening ceremony for the Greek Scholar Conference. This was considering that the scholars advocated freedom and did not like to waste their time sitting around listening to conventional speeches. However, coordinating the lectures and discussions of the invited scholars was a troublesome problem. The conference was held in 4 places in the Dionia Academy: the Faculty of Mathematics, the Faculty of Liberal Arts, the Faculty of Medicine, and the Faculty of Philosophy. Many of the invited scholars had made contributions in many fields. For example, Democritus' disciple, Cheyenne, had done research in philosophy, mathematics, and medicine. As an important figure in the Pythagorean school of thought, not only did he have deep research in mathematics and physics, he also had his own unique philosophy. These few academies all wanted the scholars to come to their side to explain first, so they argued endlessly. Fortunately, the Devers was also the chairman of the conference. He gathered the deans of the 4 academies together, and after a series of discussions, they quickly came up with a schedule. When Plato's students arrived at the Dionia Academy, they discovered that it was just as Faustcotta had said. The academy was huge, had many buildings, and had a beautiful environment that far surpassed the Academy of Dionia. They were slightly disappointed, but they were soon immersed in the profound knowledge. They frequently traveled between academies to listen to the lectures of the scholars. In the Faculty of Liberal Arts, they listened to Lysias, the application of logic in court debates, and Isocrates, how to sculpt your speech. In the Faculty of Mathematics, they pondered over Matthias' discussion on the law of the vibration curve of matter, and Mentedecil's elementary theory of probability. This was the knowledge that the Faculty of Mathematics had discovered and summarized after the Devers had entrusted the Faculty of Mathematics to calculate the odds for ball games for the past 6 or 7 years. In the Faculty of Philosophy, they carefully distinguished the philosophy of Lysias, everything is number, Androsthenes on the existence of things. He was a student of the Parmenides of Elea and was also the vice dean of the Faculty of Philosophy of the Dionia Academy, and the philosophy taught by Plato. In the Faculty of Medicine, they stared wide-eyed at Help's presentation and demonstration of the function of the heart, Stesichorda's a preliminary study of the pathogenesis of the common disease of mankind, and Hippocrates' medical view of obey nature. The human body itself is the best medicine against disease, and the main responsibility of the doctor is to stand on the side of nature and promote the physical and mental recovery of the patient. While learning and absorbing knowledge, Vysippus and the others also met many young talents. Most of them were students of the Dionia Academy. They were confident, generous, and diligent. When listening to the lectures of the scholars, they not only recorded the main points on papyrus, but also actively asked questions. Many times, they even stumped the speakers because of the depth of the questions. Chapter 653. Although this made Vysippus and the others a little frustrated, it also motivated them to study harder. In addition, what made Vysippus and the others curious was that since the beginning of the Scholars' Conference, there had been an endless stream of Dionia citizens coming to the academy to listen to the lectures. The entire academy was filled with people, and even Turiae had to send soldiers into the academy to maintain order. In the end, the academy imposed a rule that only a fixed number of people would be allowed to enter the academy every day. Even so, there were still many people wandering outside the academy every day. Aurelius had talked to them before. Among these people were public officials, farmers, merchants, craftsmen. Turiae, Campania, Magna Graecia, Apulia, Sicily. Not only Greeks, but also Lucanians, Brudi, Messapians. Most of them had studied in schools in various cities of Dionia. Even though they were busy with their daily lives, they were still eager for knowledge. From the questions they asked in the meeting, it was evident that their level of knowledge was not low, which surprised Vysippus, Aurelius, and the others, because speeches and exchanges of this level were usually done by a few people, and knowledge was not widespread in many Greek city-states, even in a prosperous city like Athens. Every year, when the Athens Citizens' Assembly elected generals or expelled politicians, it was common for illiterate citizens to ask others to write on pottery for them. The people of Dionia were so enthusiastic in their pursuit of knowledge that it made them feel ashamed. In the afternoon, Aurelius and the others hurried from the Faculty of Philosophy to the Faculty of Mathematics, because there was a speech by Forced Cotta. The Scholars' Conference held in Dionia also provided a stage for young scholars. As long as their application was approved, they could also give a speech on the stage, interspersed with the speeches of well-known scholars. Of course, most of the young people on the stage were students of Dionia. After all, they were more well-prepared, so naturally, more of them passed the assessment. Foster Cotta was the first student of Dionysia Academy that Speusippus and Aurelius knew and had a good relationship with. He had invited them to Christoia's restaurant in the city last night, so Speusippus and Aurelius naturally wanted to show their support. At the same time, Speusippus and Aurelius were curious about what Foster Cotta would say, because he had been very tight-lipped during their conversation last night. When they entered the venue, Foster's speech had already begun. What they saw was a surprising scene. Some of the audience shouted and wanted to rush onto the stage, but they were stopped by the soldiers. Some people even threw stones at the stage. Surrounded by his classmates, Foster Cotta fearlessly explained his point in a louder voice while writing his argument on the black wall with a white pen made of limestone. "What's the title of Forced Kata's speech?" Oles quickly asked the audience beside him. The listener said impatiently, "On the existence of numbers other than whole numbers and integer ratios." Then he continued to listen attentively. Aurelius felt that this question was somewhat familiar. "Hipparchos," Vesippus reminded him from the side. Realization dawned on old Ajax. The reason why he found it familiar was that the topic was related to an academic tragedy that happened in Greece decades ago. Hippasus was a native of Metapontum, a disciple of the Pythagorean school. When he was studying a regular pentagon, he found that its diagonals and side lengths could not be expressed by whole numbers or integer ratios. Then he found that the same thing was true for the side lengths and diagonals of a square. Therefore, with a spirit of exploration, he confirmed one thing after repeated verification. Other than whole numbers and integer ratios, there was another kind of number that could not be divided evenly. It could not be divided to get an accurate number, and it could not be divided inexhaustibly, and it could not be repeated. Then he put forward his point of view in a discussion among the members of the school. The members of the Pythagorean school panicked because if Hippasus' discovery was confirmed and popularized, it would overturn the philosophical idea put forward by the founder of the school, Pythagoras. All things are numbers. One is the generator of all numbers, and everything in the universe is reduced to integer ratios. As a result, the other members of the Pythagorean school imprisoned Hippasus and eventually threw him into the sea, where he drowned. However, this incident eventually spread after the complaint of Hippasus' family. Aurelius knew that there was such an incident, but he did not know the details of it. However, when he saw the angry and protesting audience, he knew that they must be members of the Pythagorean school. He could not help but feel nervous for Forstkater. However, Forstkater did not pay any attention to these people's arrogance. He calmly continued to solve the problem on the wall. Vesippus stared at the wall. He saw that the numbers and symbols used by Forstkater were the Dever's number. It was said that the Dever's king was inspired to invent it by Hades. This Dever's number was originally only popular in the kingdom of Dionia. Later, it spread to other city-states through merchants, and gradually, it was accepted by the people of other city-states and even scholars. After all, it was too convenient and fast in counting and calculation. In particular, it eliminated the trouble of the Greeks in counting large numbers. Therefore, scholars and people present today could basically understand it. Foster Kata drew a square on the wainscoting. He set each side to be 1, and then he solved for the length of the diagonal. Ironically, Foster Kata used the Pythagorean theorem invented by Pythagoras. The result of the calculation was that the length of the diagonal became the square root of 2. Forstkater then used the method commonly used by the Pythagorean school, the method of reductio ad absurdum, to prove that the number could not be expressed as the ratio of 2 integers. After he successfully proved it, he continued to try to calculate the square root of 2. This time he used an algorithm he called the dichotomy method. Seeing that the whole wall was almost filled with the words, he threw away the white pen, wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned to the audience and said loudly, "According to my calculation, the length of the diagonal of this square should be 1. 4,142. This number is not the end. It will be endless and non-circular. It cannot be written as the ratio of 2 integers, so it is not a natural number. I call it an unnatural number. Shut up! Nonsense. Everything you've said is wrong. There's no such number. What right do you, a little student, have to slander the great Pythagoras? Insult our school. Get down here and let us teach you a good lesson." The members of the Pythagorean school shouted loudly. In the front row of the venue, the deputy dean of the School of Mathematics, Metacores, stood up angrily and shouted, "What are you doing? This is the Dionia school, not Tarentum. Soldiers, get these idiots who are not listening carefully in class, but causing trouble out of here." Matacories was a senior member of the kingdom. As soon as he said this, the soldiers immediately rushed up to arrest the troublemakers. The venue was in chaos. A member of the Pythagorean school shouted angrily, "Matacories, you traitor! I knew you would use the power of Dionia to suppress the Pythagorean school, because you can't compete with us academically. Originally, we came to Turiai to see what new ideas you have, but I didn't expect. Bah! What all-Greek scholars conference? I think it's just a pile of sh*t. Whether the all-Greek scholars conference is good or not, it's not up to you to comment." A loud voice came from the entrance of the venue. "Your Majesty Devers! Your Majesty!" Amidst the exclamations of the audience, the Devers strode to the podium. Intimidated by the power of the Devers, the members of the Pythagorean school also stopped shouting, and soon there was a strange silence in the venue. The Devers walked up to the podium, and Forstkata respectfully saluted him. The Devers patted him gently on the shoulder, then faced the audience and said in a deep voice, "This is a sacred place for imparting knowledge and exchanging knowledge. Verbal abuse and fighting are prohibited. Violators will be punished. This is the law of Dionia, and I hope you will not violate it. Otherwise, no matter who you are, you will be punished by the law. Your Majesty, we have no intention of violating the law of Dionia. However, at such an influential conference, the school of Dionia deliberately chose such a topic to smear and slander the respected ancestor of our school, Pythagoras, wantonly attack the reputation of our school, and destroy the unity between Dionia and Tarentum. I don't think this is what you want to see. I hope your Majesty can deal with the perpetrators of this matter seriously." As an important member of the Pythagorean school, Lysis did not make a scene like the others. Instead, he used his sharp eloquence to protest righteously. "Your Majesty, listen to me." Matacories was eager to argue, but the Devers' knife-like eyes swept over him. He felt guilty and stopped talking. The Devers had coordinated the schedule of the conference before, so he roughly knew the topic of the speech of the well-known scholars, but he did not know the content of the speech of the young scholars, because it was all reviewed and arranged by each school. But as a disciple of the Pythagorean school, how could Maticles not have known the effect of such a thing, and had secretly arranged for a student to speak on such a subject without informing him of it? Dives would have been displeased with him, for it might have ruined the assembly, which had been so painstakingly organized. Chapter 654. The Devers quickly scanned the audience. Those who looked angry were probably the members of the Pythagorean school of thought. Those who looked at them with dissatisfaction were probably the students of the school, the teachers, and some people of Dionia. There were also some confused people who did not understand what was going on. Some of the invited, well-known scholars in the front row looked on coldly, some focused on the wall, and some gestured with their hands as if they were doing calculations. The Devers knew that the reason why Mentodicus, the dean of the School of Mathematics, was not here was because he happened to have a bad cold these days. Even his speech was delivered by his students. If he was here, this would not have happened. Thinking of this, the Devers glared at Matacories again, then said in a loud voice, "Everyone, this is the temple of academia. In this sacred place full of knowledge, there is no such thing as birth, status, or the size of one's fist, or the loudness of one's voice. Everything is based on knowledge. Now, I'm standing here not as a king, but as a seeker of knowledge. I'm seriously asking all of you if the speech and argument made by this young scholar is wrong or not." "Well said, Your Majesty. Your Majesty." Someone in the audience shouted, followed by a round of applause. The applause became louder and louder. The Devers had to ask them to keep quiet, then asked loudly again, "Is this argument wrong?" The venue was silent for a while. A member of the Pythagorean school of thought stood up and said, "Of course it's wrong." There was another uproar in the venue. The Devers quietly made an inviting gesture and said, "Well, come up and verify its error." The member shook his head and said, "I don't need to go up. This argument itself is wrong. There is no number that is independent of the ratio of integers and integers. The Devers's face became gloomy. The authenticity of knowledge should be proved by knowledge, not by being a rogue. If the Pythagorean school of thought still uses this method to disrupt the conference, not only will I question your academic level, but I will also list you as unwelcome in this conference and expel you from Turiae. Devers said coldly, "Now let me ask you again, is this argument correct?" The members of the Pythagorean school, including Lysias, looked at each other nervously, but no one stood up to speak. Why was Hippasus killed back then? This was because, although the members of the Pythagorean school of thought were conservative and stubborn, their mathematical level was definitely at the top of the Mediterranean Sea. They knew in their hearts that what Hippasus had verified was correct. Over the past few decades, the members of the school had not dared to touch this domain because of this reason. Now, of course, they didn't dare to stand up alone to distort the truth and be laughed at by other scholars. The hall was silent for a while again. The Athens mathematician Theaetetus stood up. His expression was solemn as he slowly said, "I believe that Foster-Cotta's entire argument process is correct. The square root of 2 is indeed a new number." As soon as he finished speaking, someone shouted, "You're talking nonsense!" Devers raised his eyebrows, pointed at him, and shouted, "Get him out of here!" The soldiers immediately rushed over, grabbed the man's arm, and dragged him out of the hall. Devers slammed the table hard and said sternly, "I said if anyone is dissatisfied, they can come up and prove it. If anyone causes trouble down there, don't blame me for being rude." After Devers finished speaking, the noise in the hall quieted down. Then several mathematicians from Cullen stood up one after another and believed that Foster-Cotta's argument was correct. "Good job, Foster-Cotta." Some people in the audience shouted, some applauded, and some congratulated Foster-Cotta. The hall began to become lively. The members of the Pythagorean school of thought stood up angrily and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Devers said loudly, "Scholars of the Pythagorean school, please listen to me before you decide whether to leave or not." Devers's words made Lysias and the others temporarily stop in their tracks. Devers said loudly with a solemn expression, "We humans have developed from the ignorance of ancient times to the present day, and we have some understanding of the mysteries of nature. It is precisely because of the diligent efforts of our predecessors that we have made one after another. Today, you will definitely have more knowledge and a deeper understanding of the world than great scholars like Thales, Anaximander, and Pythagoras of 100 years ago. It is not because you are better than them, but because you are standing on the shoulders of these giants, inheriting their knowledge and using it to discover more knowledge. This is the reason why we Greeks and the entire human race are constantly developing and becoming more prosperous. Otherwise, mankind will only stagnate and eventually perish. Pythagoras was a great scholar. He expanded the field of mathematics and enriched the application of mathematics in society. However, he was not omniscient or omniscient. In fact, there was no such thing as an omniscient or omniscient person in this world. Even the powerful god Zeus had to consult others before he knew who would replace his position in the future. Many of the creative ideas of the Pythagorean school were discovered by later members. I believe you all know this very well in your hearts. Therefore, of course, he may have made some mistakes due to his lack of understanding of the world at that time. It doesn't matter if there are mistakes, as long as you can discover them and have the courage to correct them. Therefore, an outstanding member of your school, Hippasus, discovered the problem of this unnatural number. Devers patted the wall with his hand and said excitedly, he bravely said it because of his true love for mathematics. However, the truth is often in the hands of a few. If you want to defend the truth, you have to pay the price in blood. Hippasus died. He died in the fear, conservatism, and ignorance of the other members of the Pythagorean school. You clung to a wrong understanding of Pythagoras, shackling your thinking and sealing your wisdom. You are like ostriches buried in the sand. thinking that you can't see anything. Do you think that this number, independent of the ratio of integers and integers, doesn't exist? At this point, Devers turned to Forstkater and asked, "Tell me, how many numbers like this are there?" Forstkater immediately said loudly, "There are many, but I haven't counted specifically. For example, the square root of 3, the square root of 5. These numbers mainly exist in the calculation of geometry." "Very good." Devers nodded and said loudly with more confidence, "I believe that you people of the Pythagorean school of thought rarely study geometry, because as long as you do, you will encounter this problem. I believe that there are people who have doubts about this problem, but once they think of the tragic experience of Hippasus, they will choose to retreat. Geometry should be the most important field of mathematics, closely related to our practical lives. But it is sad. Because of a wrong understanding, it has become a sore point in your research of mathematics for 100 years. It has become a stumbling block in your improvement and expansion of the field of mathematics. Here, I want to give you and everyone here a sentence. I love my teacher, but I love the truth even more. Because only the true truth is the source that sustains the world. It is there, and only the brave who keep learning and working hard, who are not afraid of authority, and who are not afraid of sacrifice, can continue to discover it. I look forward to Dionia Academy, the Pythagorean school, and all the scholars here to study the world with this spirit. Then you will definitely make more discoveries, which will make our civilization more prosperous. That's all I have to say." As soon as Devers's voice trailed off, the whole audience stood up, and there was a warm cheer in the hall. Even well-known scholars, such as Cetitus, applauded. Martacores applauded and said excitedly, "Well said. You've touched my heart. What your Majesty said is exactly why I agreed to let Forstkater give a speech." The students next to him were not in the mood to criticize this teacher who was good at research but bad at words. They were all applauding with all their might. Some of the members of the Pythagorean school of thought left the hall angrily, while some of the members, led by L.V. Shisher, chose to stay. Devers turned to Forstkater and praised him. "With your fearless academic spirit, you made such a bold speech. I think all the scholars in the Mediterranean world will be grateful to you, because you have swept away a major obstacle in their research of mathematics. I hope you can always maintain this spirit and make greater achievements in your academic research. Make more discoveries." Forstkater replied excitedly, "I will, your Majesty." Devers patted him on the shoulder with relief, then faced the audience, bowed respectfully, and left the hall. L.V. Shisher and the others looked at his back with complicated expressions. Cetitus and the others watched him leave with respect. More of the audience applauded him even more enthusiastically. The big event that happened in the hall of the School of Mathematics quickly spread throughout the Dionia Academy. Countless scholars and students were surprised by this new mathematical discovery. While they felt sad for the death of Hippasus, they were also shocked by the thought-provoking speech of the king of Dionia at the hall, especially when Devers said, "I love my teacher, but I love the truth more." It made countless people repeat it over and over again, and it was very touching. It also gave the young students more motivation. Chapter 655. What the Devers advocated at the conference. Let's have an academic debate, not unreasonable abuse. This made the scholars even more vigilant. In the subsequent speeches and seminars, although there were fierce debates, everyone controlled their emotions well. Among them, the debate between Plato and Democritus' disciple, Thanstrian, was the most eye-catching. This was because Thanstrian inherited Democritus' ideology. He believed that democracy was the most ideal form of government, and that other forms of government were undesirable. Living in a democracy, even in poverty, was better than enjoying wealth under an autocratic system. But he also emphasized that for a democratic country to function well, the role of the legal system must be emphasized. A well-governed city-state could not be without perfect laws. Because human nature was always seeking benefits and avoiding harm, and always trying to seek benefits outside the law. Making the people obey the law was to protect the safety and lives of the citizens. And persuading the people to obey the law was the long-term task of a city-state. His philosophy was exactly the opposite of Plato's political philosophy. Plato advocated the rule of the world by the wise and admired the rule of kings. He hoped to use the concept of good to guide the people, and cultivating the virtues of the citizens was the foundation of a country. He was especially opposed to democracy, believing that democracy indulged people's desires, degenerated the youth of the city-state, and cultivated ambitious and ignorant, arrogant people. The result of this debate was Plato's victory. Plato was knowledgeable and quick-witted, and he had lived in the city of Athens for decades, where everyone was known to be good at debating. He had long developed a superb debating ability, and how could Thanstrian, who came from the remote town of Aldra, be compared to him? Moreover, Plato used his mother state, the best democratic city-state in the Mediterranean, Athens, as an example, listing all kinds of shortcomings and foolishness, which made the audience feel the same, so it was reasonable for Thanstrian to lose. However, the Dionia audience, who had the concept of law-abiding, deeply agreed with Thanstrian's emphasis on the law is to ensure the good functioning of the city-state, because it was precisely the strict laws that Dionia used to ensure the stability and unity of the entire kingdom. The Greek Scholar Conference, which had lasted for nearly a month, finally came to an end. During their stay in Turi, the famous scholars from all over the Mediterranean Sea not only had academic exchanges, but also, under the careful care of the Academy and the full support of the City Hall of Turi, they had tasted the delicious food of Turi City, soaked in the hot spring, watched the intense ball games, went to the hospital to check their health status, and appreciated the culture of the alien race. It could be said that they had gained a lot. In addition, the Dionia Academy also collected the speeches of the scholars and compiled them into a book, named The Selected Works of the Hellenic Scholars Conference. Several hundred copies were made and distributed throughout Greece. The scholars, who had gained both fame and fortune, returned with satisfaction. In the days that followed, whenever they talked to someone about the matter, they would always praise the academic atmosphere in the kingdom of Dionia and the enthusiasm and richness of the people. As a result, more scholars from the city-states began to inquire if Dionia would hold another scholars' conference. When will it be held? Only when the members of the Pythagorean school of thought returned to Tarentum. They quarreled over Fausticata's speech, which led to conflict and eventually division. Some of them left Tarentum and went to the eastern Mediterranean. The other group, led by Luces, stayed in Tarentum, thinking about how to perfect the philosophy of the Pythagorean school of thought and integrate these unnatural numbers into it. But that was for later. Among the well-known scholars, there were two who did not leave. One of them was Hippocrates. Although he was already an old man, the rich creative ideas and advanced theories in medicine at the School of Medicine of Dionia surprised him. A short month was not enough for him to understand, let alone learn, so he was willing to stay and guard this treasure mountain until he fully understood and mastered it, completely solving the many puzzles he had about medicine in his life. Of course, the Devers supported this. They gladly allowed him to stay in the academy and hang the title of a teacher. They even gave him the title of honorary citizen of Dionia in recognition of his outstanding contribution to the cause of medicine in his life. The other scholar was Plato. He asked the Devers to fulfill their promise and sent someone to bring him to understand the political system of the kingdom of Dionia. On this day, the court clerk Henepolis led Plato and the two students, Visippus and Aurelius, to the examination center for the kingdom's reserve officials in the outer city, south of Turin. This center was originally near the Victory Square, but with the expansion of the kingdom's territory, the number of people who needed to be assessed increased, and the examination venue could no longer accommodate them. Since the land in the inner city of Turin was limited, it could not be further expanded, so it was moved to the outer city. Henepolis explained as he walked in front. Plato listened carefully, and at the same time he looked at the building that did not exist in other Greek cities. It occupied a large area and was surrounded by thick stone walls that were more than 3 meters high. It was impossible to see what was going on inside from the outside. The few of them walked around the periphery of the building for a long time before they saw the main entrance in the distance. Plato noticed that the bustling crowd and bustling noise that were common in other urban areas of Turin could hardly be seen in this place. Even if there were many pedestrians passing by, they tried to keep quiet and whisper. This might have something to do with the special patrol team that patrolled the area, but might also have something to do with the quality of the Turin people. They tried not to disturb the citizens who might be participating in the examination in the center. "There's a temple there." Aurelius pointed to the distance and said in surprise, "That's the temple of Hades." Henipolis explained with a smile, "There's an advantage to having the examination center next to it. Hades is very observant and abhors evil. Any citizen who wants to cheat in the examination has to think about it carefully. In the end, they can't escape his fair punishment." Plato fell into deep thought. In the process of visiting various departments of Turin for the past few days, he could find traces of Hades's direct and indirect presence. This god who was in charge of the underworld had become a watchdog that was engraved in the hearts of the people, forcing them to restrain their actions at all times. This made him fall into deep thought. When they arrived at the entrance of the examination center, there was a towering statue standing 5 meters in front of the entrance. The statue was of a tall and strong man. He had a determined expression on his face, holding a flame in his hand and stepping on an auspicious cloud as he rushed down. "Why is there a statue of Prometheus here?" Aurelius asked curiously. Henipolis pointed to both sides of the entrance and gestured for him to look. There were 2 lines of words carved on both sides. "Those who are willing to be the people's servants and sacrifice for the people, please enter this door. Those who want to use their power to earn wealth and oppress the people, get lost." It was signed by Devers. When they thought of the story of Prometheus risking the great danger of being punished by Zeus to steal the heavenly fire to benefit mankind, the 3 of them immediately understood the king's intention. Plato could not help but exclaim, "This is moral education. Don't be fooled by the fact that Dionia emphasizes on restraining the people by law. But in fact, this city is always subtly teaching the people to do good." As soon as Plato's voice fell, the guard came up and warned them, "This is an important place of the kingdom. Please do not make any noise." Plato expressed his apology. Henipolis showed his waist token and the warrant written by Devers, then led Plato and the others into the courtyard. There were no ponds, fountains, gardens, pavilions, or any other pleasing buildings or sceneries in the vast examination center. There were only a dozen buildings that looked like storage warehouses in the port, as well as pieces of flat and compacted land. Some of the empty land had some equipment placed on it. There was only a building that looked like a temple standing 100 meters in front of them. It was quite imposing, and it added a little bit of color to the entire examination center. Every year, Dionia selects civil servants through an examination. The examination will be held in October because it is the slack season and the citizens have enough time to prepare. At the beginning of the year, the chief officials of each city and department will report the number of civil servants needed and the number of vacancies to the kingdom's Civil Servant Management Committee based on the situation under their jurisdiction. His Majesty and several lords of the committee will discuss and determine the number of civil servants to be selected for the examination this year, as well as the specific examination time. After that, the list will be distributed to each department, and the City Hall will notify the citizens of the kingdom in the form of an announcement. Those who are willing to participate will pay attention to this news and be prepared in advance. Before coming to Turin for the examination, they must first obtain a certificate from the City Hall of their residence to confirm their citizenship, and that they must be a law-abiding citizen with good behavior. Henipolis explained as he walked. What if someone from the local city hall accepted a bribe and hid his criminal record? Aurelius asked. Even in Athens, there would be wealthy citizens in the suburbs who bribed the officials of Demo every year to report less of their property in order to pay less tax. Moreover, for a country as vast as the Kingdom of Dionia, they were very interested in how to strengthen the supervision of the officials in the remote areas. Chapter 656. His Majesty once said, "You can hide it for a while, but you can't hide it forever." People like this will not only be severely punished by the law, but they will also be tortured by infernal purgatory after death. Therefore, since the establishment of our kingdom's examination system, there has not been a single case of cheating. After Henipolis finished speaking, he saw that the three of them were deep in thought. A mischievous feeling rose in his heart, and he could not help but ask, "The official examinations of the Kingdom of Dionysia are usually held in October, but they are occasionally held at other times. It just so happens that the examinations are being held these few days. Can you guess why?" His question made the three of them fall into deep thought. The youngest, Aurelius, asked tentatively, "Is it because of us?" Henipolis looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. Plato scolded him sternly. "Don't talk nonsense, Aurelius! The examination for citizens and the selection of officials are important matters of the Kingdom of Dionia. How can it be as casual as playing a game? I think the reason why the Kingdom of Dionia is holding the examination at the last minute must be because there is a shortage of officials, right?" "That's right." Henipolis nodded and said, "We conquered Downey last year. In order to govern there, a large number of officials were transferred from other regions, causing the other departments and cities to be in urgent need of civil servants. Therefore, the examination has been going on since the beginning of the year." "But you just said it will only be held in the next few days," Aurelius said, unconvinced. Henipolis blinked his eyes and said, "Of course, the next few days are included in this period of time." The few of them chatted and laughed as they arrived in front of the building. The official in charge of the examination center, Clintus, who was notified by the guard at the door, quickly came out to welcome them. "Sir Henipolis, welcome to the inspection." Clintus bowed respectfully. As a senator of the Senate, Henipolis did not hold a high official position. However, the king of Devers stood behind him, so no one dared to slight him. "Which departments are conducting the examination today?" Henipolis did not bother with small talk and asked directly, "Court and construction. Should we go in and rest for a while, or should we go and take a look now?" Henipolis turned around and asked Plato, "We're not tired now. We don't need to rest," Plato said. "Then let's go to the court's assessment first," Henipolis said after thinking for a while. Clintus immediately brought them to a warehouse. There was a wooden sign hanging on the door that read, "Courtroom Assessment." Cleantus motioned for them not to make too much noise and walked in. The room was very spacious, and there were close to 100 wooden tables on the ground. Almost all of them were filled with examinees, but it was abnormally quiet. Only the examiner sitting on the podium imitated the defendant in the court, purposely telling his own experience in a disjointed and illogical manner. The examinees had to write a fluent court record according to what he said. Thus, no one raised their heads to look at Plato and the others who came in. They were all listening attentively, at the same time using an iron pen to record on a wax tablet. There were also 3 examiners patrolling the examination hall to prevent cheating. Plato and the others stood by the door and watched for a moment, then left the examination room, just based on the level of their written records to determine who will be admitted and who will be eliminated. Plato asked. Obviously, he felt that the examination was a little too simple. Of course not. Next, we will have to examine their familiarity with the law. The sum of these 2 scores will be their final score. This time they're in luck. The court of the entire kingdom of Dionia is short of 20 positions, so more than 15 of them will be admitted. Cleantus seemed to have read Plato's mind and continued, "Don't think that as long as they pass this examination, they can become judges. Isn't that so?" Aurelius asked curiously. "Of course not." Henipolis took over the conversation and said, "Even if they pass, they will have to start from the court recorder orderly, and other low-level positions. After 2 or 3 years, they will be assessed according to their performance. At that time, not only will they be tested on all the legal provisions, but they will also have to simulate real court debates to test their thinking ability and debating skills, as well as the application of the legal provisions and control of the court. After all these are passed, they can then serve as trainee judges or trainee prosecutors, and then as judge de MO, city judge, and senior judge. This process will take about 20 years. If there is a major mistake during the process, they may be kicked out of the court. Aurelius could not help but exclaim, "It seems that it's too difficult to be a judge in Dionia." "It's indeed difficult." Henipolis said, "The assessment for a judge is the most difficult of all the assessments for a public servant. This is because Dionia emphasizes the rule of law. The judge is the representative of the law. If he is incompetent, it will affect the correct implementation of our laws." Upon hearing this, the 3 of them were touched. After all, in Athens, there were no judges in all the courts. Instead, it was up to the citizens to decide the case. This determined the outcome of a case, and it depended on the debating skills of the plaintiff and the defendant, as well as the emotional guidance of the jury. I saw in the room just now that there seemed to be a lot of foreigners participating in the assessment. Spicippus suddenly said, "You're talking about the Lacanians, the Brudi, and the Messapi, right?" Henipolis replied disapprovingly, "There's nothing strange about that. They are all citizens of Dionia, so of course they have the right to participate in the assessment and become judges. In fact, in that room, they're not only foreigners, but also a liberated slave who is participating in the assessment." Clintus interjected, "A liberated slave." Plato and the other 2 were shocked. As the person in charge of the assessment center, Clintus was clear about the identity and origin of each candidate. At this time, he explained, his name is Plica, and he came from Libya under the rule of Cyrenaica. He was a slave of the army of Syracuse that invaded Greece. After the surrender of the army of Syracuse, he became a slave of our kingdom. He has always performed well, and in the war to conquer Messapi, he was a member of the supply team. He also made great contributions and thus obtained his freedom. Last year, he obtained the citizenship of Dionia, according to the certificate issued by the Turii City Hall. All these years, he has worked as a laborer in the court of Turii, a cleaner in the library. He has always performed well, and the money he earned is either to study in the adult classes at school or to read books in the library. After listening to this, Henipolis could not help but be moved. He sighed and said, "It is because of this citizen's hard work that he dares to participate in the judge's assessment. In the kingdom, citizens who are born as emancipated slaves have positions in the finance department, the commerce department, the city hall, and other departments. Only the court hasn't. If he can become a judge, he will set an example for others. Any official position in the kingdom is open to any citizen, as long as they work hard enough." "Sir Henipolis, you said it so well." Clintus praised. Aurelius and Spicippus were a little confused. It was completely beyond their understanding that non-Greek people and slaves could hold important public positions in the city. Plato remembered the tactful criticism made by the Devers when they first met him. They said that his writing of the Republic excludes slaves and foreigners, and his thinking is too narrow. He should give all people equal opportunities and let the whole society have a kind of upward mobility. Plato could not help but look back at the examination room. He was thinking and sighing in his heart, "Is this the bearing of a strong kingdom?" After that, they went to watch the assessment of the construction department. The assessment of the cultural level of the candidates here was a little lower. The candidates were only required to be able to read and do simple writing. The most important assessment was in an open space. The candidates were required to bring 2 or 3 neighboring slaves of the kingdom, use fixed materials, and build a small section of the city wall, a small section of the road, or make a siege weapon within a specified time. This was to test the candidates' hands-on ability, as well as their ability to coordinate and arrange people to supervise and command the construction. This special assessment was also an eye-opener for Aurelius and Visippus, and it also made Plato feel refreshed. He thought that the assessment of the public officials of the kingdom of Dionia was the embodiment of his view in the Republic that the first principle of the establishment of an ideal city is a strict social division of labor. Just as he reluctantly walked out of the door, Henipolis said with regret, "Tomorrow is the Hercules celebration of the kingdom of Dionia. Please forgive me for not being able to accompany you for the time being. I also suggest that all of you participate in this celebration tomorrow and relax. You will find that it is a very interesting celebration." After his reminder, Plato and the others, who had been busy visiting the city, realized that the increase in the number of people in the city of Turin and the full number of inns had something to do with the celebration. However, there were many gods in Greece, and most of the Greek city-states worshipped different patron gods. As a result, each city-state had a lot of celebrations every year, but they were not exactly the same. For example, the Pan-Athens festival in Athens was unique in the Greek world. The Hercules celebration was also held in Sparta. However, the people of Sparta advocated frugality and forbade pleasure, so the celebration was extremely simple. Therefore, Plato did not pay much attention to it, but the next day they found that the Hercules celebration in Dionia was very unusual. Chapter 6:57. Behind Hercules were the herdsmen herding 20 cows. Behind them, not only was there a huge parade made up of men, old people, women, and children, but there were also pipers, drummers, and trumpeters playing cheerful tunes. The whole parade was talking and laughing noisily, just like how Hercules herded the cows across the western Mediterranean Sea. They walked around the whole city of Tali, filling the whole city with a lively atmosphere. The end of the parade was just the beginning of the celebration. Next, there were various competitions. The most important competition in the celebration was the Hercules competition. The contestants had to carry a 5-meter-long cedar wood as thick as their thighs and walk a distance of 40 meters to pass the preliminary round. In the following elimination rounds, the contestants had to pick up stone pillars that were constantly increasing in weight. They had to lift a 5-kilogram shot put and how long they could hold on. The most important challenge was pulling the carriage. Countless spectators cheered for the contestants, watching them pull the huge carriage with a certain amount of weight. They had to tighten their muscles and use all their strength to pull the carriage forward like a strong horse. The final champion would be awarded the title of Hercules of the Kingdom. After receiving the blessing of the priest of the Temple of Hercules, he would wear a flower crown and parade around the city, surrounded by enthusiastic people. He would also be received by the king's devers and have a meal with them. In addition, he would also be given a lot of material rewards. There was another important competition during the celebration, which was wrestling. Everyone knew that Hercules was a master wrestler. Everyone knew about his battle with the giant Antaeus. After 9 years of development, the wrestling competition held in the Hercules celebration of the Kingdom of Dionia was no less than the traditional 4 Greek games. Compared to winning the 4 Greek games, the main reward was honor. Winning the championship in the wrestling competition in Turin would also be rewarded with a lot of gold and silver. Therefore, there were many contestants, and every competition was quite intense. The wrestling competition lasted for nearly a month, coinciding with the end of the celebration. The champion of the wrestling competition also enjoyed the same treatment as the champion of the Hercules competition. It was said that the audience of these 2 competitions were often watched by the personnel of the Ministry of Military Affairs and various army commanders. This was because these 2 competitions not only allowed citizens and preparatory citizens to participate, but also allowed free people, foreigners, and even slaves to participate. Those who achieved good results would be lobbied by the Ministry of Military Affairs to join the Kingdom of Dionia or be freed from slavery. This was because such outstanding contestants were usually excellent soldiers. In addition to these 2 competitions, the celebration also had other interesting competitions. For example, bull riding competition, sheep racing, pig driving competition. These were also to show respect to the guardian of livestock, Hercules. The hilarious mountain climbing competition was a demonstration of Hercules' adventurous spirit, while the hilarious running competition with his wife was a tribute to this romantic god. So, unlike other celebrations, the Hercules festival was full of laughter. At the same time, Plato and the others also found that at least half of the contestants and spectators of the various competitions were non-Greek people. They could fully feel their heartfelt reverence for this Greek god. They were fully enjoying the joy of the competition and interacting harmoniously with the Greek citizens. Plato did not stay until the end of the celebration. In early June, he bid farewell to the king of Devers and the Dionia Academy and prepared to return to Athens. After all, there were still a lot of affairs waiting for him to deal with in the academy. The Devers held a farewell banquet for him. At the banquet, Plato said cheerfully, "During this period, thank you very much for your great help to me, Your Majesty of Devers. You gave me enough time to observe the operation of the kingdom of Dionia. I found that Dionia had many advantages compared to other Greek city-states. First of all, Dionia attached great importance to education. The government funded the construction of schools in various cities. The low school fees allowed the kingdom to implement almost universal basic education for children above the age of 6. This kind of education was comprehensive. Not only did children learn mathematics, literature, rhetoric, logic, philosophy, but also sculpture, music, and dance were taught to edify their minds and physical exercise to strengthen their bodies. When they grew up, they would be the gold and silver seeds of Dionia, and they could easily become excellent citizens of the kingdom. Secondly, although Dionia emphasized the role of law, it actually emphasized moral education. Otherwise, it would not believe in Hades as the protector of your kingdom. The promotion of Hades, just and strict punishment in Hades guided the people to do more good deeds in life. The same is true of your worship of Hera. It guided the people to love marriage and family, which played a very important role in the stability of the kingdom. Dionia used gods to guide the people to do good deeds. This was a very novel but very effective method, and it was worth learning from other city-states. Again, Your Majesty of Devers, you said to me before that you will not strictly divide the duties of the citizens of the kingdom, but Dionia has strictly divided the duties of the public officials of the kingdom through a method called assessment. Let those who are proficient in the law serve as judges. Let those who are good at manufacturing as supervisors. Let those who are good at making money manage trade. Let those who are good at statistics manage money. Even your generals are promoted through the ranks of soldiers and team officers, and most of your city governors have rich experience in city management. This was completely different from most Greek city-states, including Athens. Most of the senior officials elected by the people through the citizens' assembly were hypocrites who only knew how to flatter and cater to the people. They did not know how to manage a city-state, let alone how to lead the army to victory. The blind ignorance of the people allowed these people to grasp the power of the city-state. So how could the city-state prosper? Also, Your Majesty of Devers, you allowed girls and boys to receive the same education and physical training from a young age, and granted them more property and freedom of life when they reach adulthood. Although you have yet to allow women to take up some public positions in the kingdom, compared to other Greek city-states, you have done a very good job on the issue of gender equality. Also, Dionia has also made the distribution of property fair. Every citizen of the kingdom will be given 5 acres of land, and according to the citizens' contributions to the kingdom, they will also be given land and other property rewards, instead of letting most of the public property of the kingdom be earned by the nobles and the rich. Hearing these words, Divers was in a good mood. He half-jokingly and half-seriously said to the other senators who came to the banquet, "Did you hear that? We, the party members, have so many good points. You should have more confidence in the kingdom and work harder." The others laughed in response. Plato, however, did not laugh. He stared at the Devers and said seriously, I realize that the greatest merit of Dionia is you, your Majesty of Devers. Me. Yes. Plato began to get emotional and said loudly, as a king of a kingdom, you are not above the law, but act according to the law. You do not spend lavishly and pursue a luxurious life, but keep a low profile and moderate. As far as I know, the regime of the kingdom of Dionia and these amazing laws are mostly due to your suggestions. Without profound knowledge, deep observation, and good judgment, it is difficult to achieve. And only philosophers can do all this. Philosophers do not have to write treatises and be widely known. My teacher, Socrates, has always been all talk and no action. On the other hand, your Majesty of Devers, you are all action and no action. You are the real king of philosophy. At this point, Plato looked excited, and his eyes were shining. My previous judgment was wrong. My utopia is not impossible to exist in reality, but it is being realized in Dionia. In his previous life, Plato had traveled to Tarentum. At that time, Tarentum was in its heyday. Plato hit it off with Archita, who had been the consul for a long time. As an important figure of the Pythagorean school of thought, Archita was the typical image of a king of philosophy in Plato's mind, so he highly praised Archita in his works. But in this life, Archita died early and Tarentum was reduced to a free city of the kingdom of Dionia. Plato turned his attention to the Devers, who had created more glory than Archita. Of course, the proud Plato at the farewell banquet did not admit that there was an obvious flaw in his book compared to the current situation of Dionia. In the past, he was a little narrow-minded and focused only on one city. He even thought that the population of a city should be 5,040 people. Dionia, with its large population and vast land, could also be governed well. This touched him a lot. With reluctance and longing for the future, Plato left Thurii and returned to Athens. While concentrating on teaching, he also devoted most of his energy to thinking more deeply about the political system of the city-state. A few years later, he wrote the Divers Treatise, claiming that the value of this treatise was far greater than the Lysis Treatise, Gorgias Treatise, Hippias Treatise, and other essays he had written before. It was no less valuable than the Utopia Treatise, but that was a story to be told later. Note: I finally finished writing this volume. Before this, I didn't dare to write about Plato, philosophy, and academic debates because I'm not good at them. Some book friends once advised me to avoid them. But I later thought that since I'm writing about ancient Greece, how could there not be a scene of 100 schools of thought contending in classical culture? So I bit the bullet and wrote about it. I've read several books for this. Although my writing is shallow, at least I've defeated myself. The next volume is even more exciting because it has things you want to see. Rome, Carthage, Etruria, Egypt, Celt, Siberia.